Good night. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening.
All right.
This is the Titans. Oh, yes, brothers.
Blessings, blessings, blessings.
Greetings and blessings to everyone, man, far and wide. The Titan is here once more tonight.
Whoa. Right. Hey, tonight I got at, because we have a special guest coming by 8:30. And look after that. We're not telling them who yet. But, yeah, I will blaze some fire. We're going to ask some questions. They were, yes. So, a matter of fact, we can't tell you. So, we're looking for Corporal James. We're looking for Corporal James, yeah. Yeah. Very, yeah, little later down. Yeah, that are the past chairman, former chairman. Yes. Yes, like in half an hour time. So, yeah, I could just tell you the farm now. So, tonight, well at, and I'll be a firework thing. But always, let me tell you something before we start the Titans. We notice always I try to politicize the police force, and we're not going to allow that. I could just tell him from now. I could just give him a fact check. Because the man, all him do is get up and chat pay crap. Pay crap. And we are dissect him proper tonight. Proper. Because him shouldn't be right there, so, And we have a new bungalow thing when we want to drop out. The Titan on our seat first, The rest of the Titan. People run us on our seat first. Me always have some nice picture when I drop out. Like, a next bungle. At them with Holness and the one of them. Yes, we're going to drop out that. But we go start this. And by the way, we have to talk about the minister there. Your boy Lollipop. Because we see him attack something. People not see him talk. We'll play out the whole tape later. And we still are going to knock up Big Mama because we see Big Mama itch up on this Isat thing. Hey, Isat. Big Mama not have a radio station, Big Mama is a political porn. Work him a work. Just get a radio license, but it's not a radio station. And that's seriously. Him a porn otherwise, Star. Yes, but he's a political porn too. Yeah? Make us start the show. Make us start. Not worry about it. 1 a.m.
Start packing because you are going.
Oh, you mean, man? Titans up. Yeah, man. So here this now by one online. What we notice with Andrew Holness now, in the pan film look a campaign, a propaganda campaign. Yes. So when them do them, like when they were in opposition, in the pan the same movements there. And him a chat about of bulls. When I make no sense, brother. So right now, I'm go there now and go to the force. Remember, him is not the national security minister. And the man go for politicize the force. And the guy Google too. I follow this guy. I talk about transformation and then we look police there. I tell him, thank you for what? What do you think we have government for? Eh? We're going to start and knock him with that first and get it out of the way. And then we're going to look back in a few things. Because Big Mama run out with something where we have to straighten out Andrew Holness the night. Yes, we have to straighten him out. Too much time now. And before me do that, let me just go now. One of my things them when I drop. Today, we notice Darrell Falls. Him get well, but we see my Lynch Park in the evening, around 5:30, and I lift up in a helicopter. Yeah? Because I got driving van, gone in a helicopter and a fight. But I catch the eagle wall, sir. When you are going, when the helicopter lift up. The eagle wall. Let me show you a little thing with you. No, the helicopter lift up. Yeah, lift up, yeah, man. It's a 550 to the wall, The eagle fly. Yes. Helicopter, man. Yes, so your helicopter can move, so, all right. You remember anyway you got the eagle there too, you know. But just remind you, yeah? Yes. But could just remind you. So yes. So anything you anywhere you go, if you want to show you, I show you. If you don't want to show you, nobody show you. And so around us stay the Titans, you know. Because you know you have some people just come and chat, but them not have no evidence of the thing. So it don't make no sense. But we like, you know, we work hard for that. No tabloid.
No tabloid.
Yes. Yes. Me could start by Andrew Holness now. Me could dissect this and listen this good. More you listen this good, my Titan brothers. Listen this good. This is straight politicization, you know, at the force, you know. Politicizing the force. Hear this.
Jamaicans to get to the point where they understand that anybody can give a good talk. Anyone can say anything. It's wishful thinking, unless you have the resources to put behind it. And what this administration has done is to put the resources behind.
All right, let me just stop him right there. So we're not making just chat out with him. And we are the Titans. So when you have an opposition and you have a government, him feel say, when him in opposition, remember, you know, who govern and manage the thing better. We see say them a thief. Nobody want them don't do no work. Nobody want them do PR. We have to get rid of them, right? So when him says just talk, remember, at the government of the first, but tell me what? Them just farm the government, but we say them a criminal. Okay, well, move them. What I mean by just wishful talking? Him thinks that the money, taxpayers' money are fee by run, allied. Anybody from the government have the same resources where but from as long as you're not thief, you're all right, as long as you do the work we have to do for the country and for the people who are good. Not Andrew Holness. This is a pata cat. Eh? So you hear him wishful talking. So I'm going to come and talk about resources. Him have a next thing where I'm doing now. When him come out, him talk about we spend the most money, but doing what? The PMP spend less money and get more done. And by the way, the money did have more value back than the days. Than no, because this guy destroyed the dollar, you know, brother. Him snipe it, you know. 121 when him come in, now how much? Nearly 160? You know much that we lose, brother? But money lose so much value, brother. But money now, it's like you carry a wheelbarrow of money, but it now have no value. You understand? Lied? Byron?
Yes, man.
Value. Make we continue here the stupidness we might talk. Wanna listen good enough? Listen.
Administration has done is to put the resources behind the JCF. We have put the resources in remuneration. We have put the resources in infrastructure.
Where people? What the shit this guy talk about remuneration and infrastructure? Who come up number one? He's not supposed to go on a police and I tell them this. And the police them him there, you know. 99 of them, you know. We show them and you know. This is a total politicization of the force. Because you give them rank, you know, brother. Then I go to inspector now, you know. And you tell them, say, you over them, so me, I'll do this. But look what I do. Look what I do, Byron. Look here.
Technology, quality, and people. In fact, if you look at our budget and what we have spent over the last 9 years, it would eclipse several times over what was spent in the last 30 years.
You hear these people? But him don't get the result of the last 9 years. The money where him spend. Can we not see it spending now? Hospital run down, them not have no vehicle, them not have nothing. We not see it spend. So I'm going to tell about the money. We not ask him what money spend because it come like not even 1 cent spend. Him said about the road, I want to see the condition of the road. Him said about the hospital, I want to see the condition of the hospital. Him said about the school, I want to see the condition about the school. This guy is he must have a 3-card man, you know. This guy, people, you say no more. We're not even no more at the PR around here. That done with. Him is a goddamn disgrace. Continue.
So the point that I want you to make a part of your doctrine is that the government.
Yeah, Byron, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The police them to make this a part of them doctrine.
Yeah.
You can't believe this.
Yes.
I'm going to you go in and play back. Just go and hear this part of them doctrine. Go on.
A part of your doctrine is that the government is committed to the transformation of the JCF.
You will make it a part of your doctrine. So the government is committed to the JCF. This is bullshit. Yeah? Yeah. A political, this is garbage. Him shouldn't even dare the JCF and give a speech like this. Him go up and him pulpit go chat. Eh? And I talk about transformation when the police them kill over 100 odd youth already. But see all three there, them just charge police, them just slap them up. Them just go and kill people. I follow what Clubber say. This don't make no sense. Continue.
Not just talk, but in substance.
What kind of substance and the police them never get them paid? What kind of substance and police station still a flood? Remember me have the whole of them, you know. Me see him send me a place, if you ever see it, it's unbelievable. This guy can't point out nothing what we ask him by one. Show we one thing, so everyone go to the police now. The other day him go around here, in the top of building, we run him with that, say him a bill, I know him a bill it. In Combo Road, the road them not build, not all do the road. Not them stay the same way. Mash up the one where him build it, mash up in a 5 months. Now him come, now I talk about police and substance. This is a politicization of police force. This should not happen. Continue.
The transformation is happening. The challenge, of course, is that why
if I tell you it's a transformation now we there see what kind of challenge? What kind of transformation? Eh? You know, say a clown this. Eh? A punk this, you know. Then you could have Prime Minister run something and force by you. I tell the police them. When us get promoted to inspector, that means them have a lot of people under for them and you know. Them manage a lot of people in a Byron and lied. Yeah. And them say indoctrinate the people, them say yes, Andrew only do this. Do nothing that them never get good pay better. Eh? Continue.
as it is happening internally, the real transformation is when the people you serve, all by unified acclaim, say that the force has transformed. But
that means you chat shit, because look what the force are do. Them kill youth and say them have shoot out, them kill the next tree up there, so say them come kill the next tree there, 150 dead already. Yeah, and them I say nobody camera. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. See, continue.
transformation, as you know, it's a process. It takes time. It's not going to happen overnight with the snap of a finger.
So, you said about transformation. And it now happened, me hear this again now.
It takes a lot of planning. It takes quite a bit of reinforcement of the new rules and regulations and policies that we have put in place. Transformation.
What kind of way put in a place? You might edit this, hear this.
At the end of it, you will see a difference.
At the end, people, let me tell you now again. Let me say something to you now. My Titan brothers. You see in the world, we come back, come see people here and things and everything, and we see where mother and father left, our grandpeople them left, and then we turn grandparents, and we are left one day too. On good time you have an end of this if humankind wipe off of the earth. You understand? So for instance, you have a police station. Remember government run them thing, you know, right? They have the police. You end. You see the end of what? It continue. When a inspector gone or a commissioner gone, then somebody else take up them and continue, don't it? Take up the job. So you will never see the end of this. You know see my kind of artist, brother. Eh? Continue.
We want to see real change in the JCF. And just by looking at the cohort, it is clear to me that the JCF is going through this change of movement.
It's when you say cohort, it is an edit right there, so you can edit videos and things I know, right? Then just price it up and just deal with it. If that's some foolishness, then just cut out a piece and drop it up.
Moving from being a caterpillar
it is
to a butterfly. But you know that there
And this them, you know, moving from a caterpillar to being a butterfly. This them big time, you know.
There's a process in between that change, where the caterpillar gets into a cocoon, and that.
See him flap himself again, Byron. He might use the JCF for caterpillar and then butterfly. And you getting butterfly and a live long. And caterpillar, you're going to cocoon, that mean them now do no work. That's the change. And them go around and do destructive things. Because when you're in a cocoon, you're not moving. Remember the caterpillar will move. But when you're in a cocoon, it did a few time till him turn the butterfly. Then live few days, just live a little short time and dead. Very much that make no sense. That's why the place can farm, transform, continue.
This is where all the biological changes take place.
Yeah.
But in a sense, the JCF is in
You might tell you where the biological changes take
this
place.
transition. It's in the process. It's on that journey of transitioning. It's not there yet, fully,
Yeah.
but you're moving steadily towards that process of transformation. And I'm very pleased to be presiding over this transformation as the Prime Minister of the country.
Them not tell you political shit and everything we chat no make no sense or so. Continue.
Because this transformation can only happen with the government support. And it is not just wishful thinking, but
Right, so the wishful thinking that we're talking about, I mean, I'll show that piece and then we make one deal with him. So I'm saying, it cannot happen with government support. Listen, me people, let me tell you now again. The JCF, it will be independent, but remember, you know, it's an agency of the state. So when you head of government, you have the government of Jamaica, you know. So you have two parties because it's a democratic country. And like North Korea. The Chinjan Hunde and everybody laugh and clap and think. But Andrew Holness do this wrong. You can't politicize the force. You go by your pulpit, go do your dirty thinking, preaching. But this wrong, before burn him out straight with this. These are all low and stoop. Alright. So I'm going to continue and hear what the police woman are going to tell him, say now. See? So this matter about transformation, the force, hey listen, the force want a lot of things now transform. You can't put in a building and say transform when the police must step up in a people's neck. And I do all kind of things. This is garbage. Continue.
It is an honor to present this token to you on behalf of Core 2.
Hear this. Who's Prime Minister, you say police? I got the 18 for them thing. I got argue about to you. And the government, because the government don't need this, you know. It's not supposed to do that, so, you know. Yeah? So this even make it worse. Yeah? Shall give a token to him, to you, and your good deed where you do. Look
Thank
at
you
this.
on behalf of Core 2 of the Inspector Development Program. We are thankful for your continued support of.
Yeah, there. Which police in the world can look at one man and tell you, Andrew support, you know? Andrew support, Andrew is not even finance minister. Andrew support, you know? The system set up. The system set up that all of these agencies have, remember, you know, what pay with tax, you know. So them know, and that's why we have finance minister, you know. And not even Andrew, you know. Yes. I remember, you know, these, it have to get funded for run. So if we imply X amount of nurse, we know the money will for run that and then work it out and whatever we were short for them try to put it in. That's why we have different ministries. And that's why we have cabinet secretary, we have the secretary, what them call them? Ministry, the secretary them, right? For the ministry.
Permanent secretary.
Permanent secretary.
That's why we have permanent secretary. Because them are the bureaucrats, them run the ministry really, you know. I just them guy were minister now, them, you know, them make them put them name and things to look good. But if them alone, them can't move nothing. Yeah? Me I tell you that. You understand? Yeah, the bureaucrats them run the thing. So you can't take up him and give him this and I say we thank for you. When am I telling about them doctrinate and come doctrinate the police, some say yes. He might do transformation. I'm going to play this out completely.
It is an honor to present this token to you on behalf of Core 2 of the Inspector Development Program. We are thankful for your continued support of law enforcement in Jamaica. Your leadership, it strengthens our service and it ensures that we are better able to serve and protect our communities. We thank you for being here with us today.
This is garbage. Straight politicization. Then hear the one Google too. If not easy neither, hear this now. Hear this. And by the way, he can't talk for safe for himself, you know. Hear me.
Talk about what we are doing. The important thing is to recognize who the we are and where we. When we go and say things publicly about what the JCF is doing, we go out there and talk about what we're doing.
Yeah, we have to talk and state things publicly what we're doing. The same message where Andrew tell them to go do, he might tell them to go do too, you know. Yeah, continue.
We have to ensure that you who are part of the JCF understand what we're doing and you're not spectators in this.
People are a lot of foolishness. When you train for your police, yeah? Remember lawyer deal with now, you know. Lawyer deal with. All you need to do, you know. Yeah? All you need to do. Just apply the law and you have the book where them give and you get the training and everything. And who break the law, you just deal with it and them things. Then man have to come tell you these things. I tell you them bag of foolishness, but when you talk and you go around and you do this and all kind of things and I follow Andrew Holness. This guy, him a bit for Andrew Holness too. I'm matter of fact, listen yourself.
What made the JCF? Thank you very much. So we talk about transform the JCF, painting up your building and your new building and the $2.7 billion facility we're doing on Westmoreland.
Boy, him come up with $2.57 billion on Westmoreland. Boy, you talk about building and 2.7. You know, see, him a politician too. Eh? So I'm put it in a feed them head. They hear this, indoctrinate. Eh? Continue.
It's only a small part of transformation.
Hearing transformation. Eh?
Major part of transformation.
The same Andrew Holness word. Where I come with, this guy I come with it same way. And I repeat it. And I tell them about all building. When I film thing, they say no. Continue.
Transformation is we the people. And we can't say, okay, JCF transform. It doesn't work that way. You know transformation take place? In one person, at each individual. Every single member of the first transform from up here.
See it? No, brother, let me just count you invite us because that's straight beating. We'll take it away.
All right.
Yes.
I just want this opportunity to speak to this utter nonsense, garbage. Now, let me say this as it relates to reculturing the people of Jamaica, as it relates to moving away from Andrew Holness indoctrination. And before I speak, right, in specificity of the police, right, I am going to speak in general terms as it relates to Andrew Holness leadership style. Andrew Holness leadership style is what we call a sort of micromanagement, right? Micromanaging, right? Most of the ministries, right? Andrew Holness hardly allowed, right, any leader as it relates to the respective ministry, right, to speak on situations, right? And so then you see Andrew Holness with that sort of micromanagement style sort of leadership, which is fundamentally wrong. If you are to compare Orange, right, with Orange, during, previous leaders, right, you wouldn't see leaders going around and do all these things. None of our political leaders that had gone by, as bad for body, even as Edward Flett, George Siaga, you understand, carry a heavy influence, right? None in our political history, right, has done what Andrew is doing as it relates to the sort of micromanagement that Andrew Holness, you understand, is dealing with. And now you understand why Andrew Holness have roughly about 19 agencies under his department, is to show you to seize control and micromanage the entire process. However, I want to speak to the Commissioner of Police because honestly, is based on that statement that the Commissioner made, I realize that the Commissioner of Police is a big dunce. Big dunce. And let me say why. First, I want to reculture Jamaica people, right? As it relates to taxpayers' money. Now, taxpayers' money doesn't belong to no politician.
None.
No politician. I want Jamaican to get this clear tonight. Right? Any money, right, that is going to be spent in any ministry, right, has not been spent by any personal politician. It is taxpayers' money. So Andrew Holness, you need to come out of that. Because you are selling a narrative and you are creating an idea out there that it is your money, politician money, being spending. No. So let me correct you, Andrew Holness. When under Portia Simpson government operated with over $600 billion as it relates to the totality of the budget. Now, when you came in, what you have done, right, you have increased taxes, right, and you overtaxed the Jamaican people. You tricked them in saying that you have not touched direct tax, which is true. So I give you that. You didn't touch it. It's true. However, you are not telling the people that in order for your budget to move from $600 billion, you would have to get the revenue from taxation, which you shift to indirect tax. Simply means that people have to pay more for food items and more for anything that being imported into the country. And so then that is how you get your extra revenues, right, as it relates to the $1.3 trillion budget that you are operating, and including out of that as it relates to expenditures, what you are spending, so-called spending on the police force, which really and truly people are not seeing. You understand? I mean, the transformation of what you have spent. So you identify one little place in Westmoreland that, as according to the Commissioner of Police, that you spend $2.7 billion on is bullcrap.
Bullcrap.
And get it out of your head that the money that spent $2.7 billion are said 10 billion or whatever billion you want to spend. And even if you spend $1 trillion, Andrew Holness, it is not your money.
By the way, now move from that. Make them get this too. The 2.8 billion. Remember the thing does start. So the money not spent yet. It not spent
Yes.
yet. The
Yes.
2.8 billion not spent.
Yes.
Look, the project themselves value this. So it not spend, it not done, it not build, it not go through. When though him advertise to build something and start it, then him start one with it. We spend 2, he not spend. It don't.
Yes.
Can't.
So let me speak to the electorate. I'm not even going to speak to Andrew Holness because in tough as they come, right? Jamaican electorate. All what you have seen that the Prime Minister has been doing, right? The PR, right? Let you know that any money that being spent as it relates to within any ministry, the Ministry of National Security, Health, or whatever, right? It comes from taxpayers. It comes from you. It comes from me. It comes from Lyde. It comes from where it comes from all of us. It is our money. And this is one of the reasons why these politicians, like even Warmington, believe that when he works or when he does anything in his constituency, people need to bow down to him and serve him. We need to change that. So when a politician does any work in any constituency or within any ministry, you have to understand, Jamaican people, the money belongs to you. This is the reason why you pay taxes. All the taxes that you have spent, right? It goes into the budget, right? And then comes out in various expenditures, right? And it creates what you call the financial circle. You understand?
Don't move, Byron. Don't move. Make we make Andrew, we're going to embarrass him. Yes. Make we make him explain that to the people and then you continue with the taxes. Make him say it out of theme out now. Let me show you say my bamboo is the one. Watch this. Make we use this. Make we just, Andrew, this are you. No more PR. Just listen.
Now, you may be wondering why peer from out of the ear, or there is.
I'm going to look at more. You hear this? Go down, look at more. Yes.
Now, some of you may be too young to remember this, but Jamaica went through that exact scenario in the last decade.
People, so unpredictably, you know. Him love tell you now, in 2024 now. Him love tell you about last decade, 30 years, 40 years. Him not tell you where I'm doing now because I mash up the place. He's a goddamn disgrace. But listen, the taxes what Byron just tell about. Well, make him telling himself that me when him come with him foolish, he's gonna run him where. Listen. But Andrew Holness himself. No tabloid.
Where we had to go through what was called fiscal consolidation, austerity measures. We had to manage what we spent to get ourselves out of debt. Today, our debt to GDP ratio is somewhere in the region of about 78%. By the time we get to the next financial year, we will probably be about 74%. So I want you to understand the magnitude of what we have gone through. Through the sacrifice of your parents, who endured new taxation almost every year. No budget to repair roads. No budget to invest in healthcare. No budget to invest in public transportation. No budget to invest in garbage collection. No budget to build the auditorium that you're asking for. No budget to pay increased wages to our public servants.
Okay.
And we went through that process in order to bring down our debt.
You hear him do? Austerity measures.
Sometimes I listen to the public conversation and it is disconnected from the reality of our situation.
Okay.
It is important that the next generation of Jamaicans are grounded in our struggle and understand it.
Okay.
And do not argue in public debates as if public finances just appear from out of the ear, or there is some reserve money that is out there somewhere that the government can just reach in and take.
Yes, sir, Byron.
Everything that we have, which is known as the budget, comes from you, all of you.
Okay.
Whether it is your GCT,
yes,
your income tax,
yes,
or the other taxes that you pay, or the other fees. The ability of the government to spend depends on the revenues it gets from the economy.
Okay.
And if the economy isn't doing well, the government cannot spend.
Me done enough. He must have him own self.
Yes.
You're finishing
Right.
now by one because see there,
No.
explain it. Him can't explain it no better than that, sir.
Okay.
So I feel one word to not our word. Finishing
All right.
now, sir.
So this is where we catch him, right? Speaking the truth.
Yes. Yeah, for the first.
Yes, because he's now speaking the truth in terms of course, right? All right, the taxes, right, come from the people, right, and so forth and so forth. And that's why people have to understand that while Portia was able to operate a $600 billion budget and getting the work done, Andrew Holness led administration, right, tricked the people in saying that, right, he's not touching direct tax, but, you know, strategically put it on indirect tax. And so the people were overtaxed. And that is why his budget expand from 600 billion to 1.3 trillion. So now we get that out of the way and people understand, okay, all of this money now that Andrew Holness is talking about him putting that, right, as it relates to the police force and so forth, people, you know that it's your tax money being doing that. So then that's why I said Andrew Holness have no right, in claiming ownership, like it is his personal income, or any politician, right, who's selling a narrative that when they finance, right, a ministry, right, whether the Minister of National Security, health, or so forth, they should sell a narrative that it is politician money. No, it is taxpayers' money. And that is one of the reasons why when you are not doing your job, you ought to be fired. Now, let me talk now about Andrew Holness' transformation. So people, let us go down in the budget and let us think about an ordinary budget, right, in terms of, you know, domestically speaking, you know, your own budget. So when you have your own budget, right, and mommy might have, right, $1,000. That $1,000 has to spend carefully, right, for the necessary things that need to have. Now, why am I going there? Okay, Andrew Holness' government claimed that they had spent billions of dollars as it relates to transforming the police force, right? Now, let us get into that now, people. Now, the reason, what would be the objective for Andrew Holness-led government to transform the police force? The objective, the main objective in transforming the police force would have to seek on the basis of result. What sort of result you would want? The sort of result that you would want, of course, is to equip the police, right, with the sufficient tool to fight crime. Now, having equipped the police with the sufficient tools to fight crime, then now with strategies and leadership style that will help, right, to reduce particularly the murder rate. Now, since Andrew Holness talking about his administration transforming the police force, what we are going to do now, people, we are going to look at the crime statistics as it relates to Portia Simpson era, right, and Andrew Holness era, where Portia Simpson spend less and have crime, you understand, limited as it relates to 1,208 where she handed over the bottom, and where Andrew Holness administration took over, spend billions of dollars more than Portia Simpson. Now, let us visit the crime statistics and see if Andrew Holness' transformation is doing better than a Portia Simpson administration, where a Portia Simpson administration utilizing $600 billion, while Andrew Holness' administration utilizing $1.3 trillion. Let us see if Andrew Holness is doing a better job. So come with us, people, and visit the statistics.
We go to the statistic, and just a second before we go to the statistic, remember, you know, people, that is 660 billion over Porsche 640 billion. 660 billion more. So it's more than 100% in Ghana. Okay? We can go to the statistic. I remember this, before this, we could say something again. Remember, you know, if somebody see me and Papa have my chain, my eagle, me can get it back. If you take my chain, me can buy it back or whatever you got. If you take my car, I can get it back. If a man thief your shoes, you can get it back. Anything, your wallet, anything. But when him take your life, and at that we are talking about. When him take your life, you can get it back?
No.
Okay. Make a statistic.
Okay.
2012, it got on 1,102. 2013, 1,202. So 2012, she got 1,102. Yes. 2013, 1,202. You see what you see there? 1,102, you know. 1,102. 1,202. And then 2014, 1,005.
Yes.
And you know, then we had no near this, you know. 2015, she there 1,208. Him coming from February, so you know the whole of this a fee. And like she spend no time there. So watch him 2016. 2014, 1,005. No state of emergency, not like that. 2015, it got 1,200. This is when, you know, you sleep with you open, you don't have too much. 2016 now, it got 1,354. 2017, it go back at 1,647. 2018. By the way, this for Andrew Watch is at the highest murder rate in the history of Jamaica. I can show you from 1962. We don't start from here. So we have the statistic. We're the titans. We don't just start. We show the type. We show statistic now. So this is 2017. This is the third highest murder rate. The highest one was 2009. Tell me who wasn't in that cabinet, Byron? Same Andrew Holness. Same Andrew Holness. Same Jamaica Labour Party. But I'm going to think
about Bruce good in leadership.
Prime Minister too. Yes? Yes.
And Bruce good in leadership.
And Bruce good in leadership. But in the turn Prime Minister for a little time to don't it?
2011. 2011. A snap election.
So continue. 2018, this is the lowest for them watch. So look on the lowest for Andrew Watch people. 1,287. So in the last 79 more soul, 79 more people dead, get murdered. For Andrew Watch, for him lowest thing than Porsche IS. Porsche IS is a save. You see that, Byron? She have 1,208. Him have 1,287. That is 79. And 79 life this, you know. We don't got count it as number, but a people this dead, you know, better. 79 more family lost them sad and everything. Lost them loved one. Right? Continue. It there 1,200, it go down 1,287. Then it climbed 2019, 1,339. 2020, 1,323. People, by them time, yeah, let me tell you now, 2020, remember the pandemic and everything. So 2020, 21, 22, me not drive it back and show now. It go 1,400 and add. Last year, 2023, 1,511. 1,511. The year before that, 1,400 and add. So just watch the statistic. But we are going to answer, right? All right, I'll carry you in back, Byron. Because last year, one fresh in our mind, I can look it up. 1,511.
All right.
Tell me now, in the beat, no, with over in the budget double, over 660 billion more must spend, and now I'm not reach nowhere. Continue, brother.
Okay. Very good point, Wayne. Thank you for to display the statistics. But let us move beyond statistics, right? As it relates to, you know, other equipment that the police force need to be equipped with, right? There is no form of statistics in showing you, right, such improvement of transformation as it relates to what the Prime Minister is talking about. Now, let me just burst the Prime Minister bubbles before I make Lyde comes in here. So when the Prime Minister is trying to doctrinate, right, members of the police force in telling them, right, of a transformation, and however the transformation is a slow process, right? The Prime Minister knows that that's a 3 card. You understand? He's a 3 card man. Now, when you look as it relates to the transformation that the police, Andrew Holness is talking about, that is one of the reasons why we have a Corporal Rowan James, right, who had to come out and speak out on issues affecting the police force and speak out on issues as it relates to the police force lack the adequate tools, you understand, to perform their duties effectively. And this is one of the reasons why they go against Corporal Rowan James, because Corporal Rowan James was now exposing the lies. Now, why we know that the Prime Minister now is a PR and selling a callous lie. Now look, the Jamaican economy is indebted as it relates to total debt, $2.3 trillion in total debt. Where am I going? I am going to say to Andrew Holness as it relates to, right, the propaganda that he's spreading, the PR that is spreading, because what we have here today, right, is Andrew Holness administration, right, doesn't know or cannot give an account of our $1.7 trillion, you understand, being utilized within 3 departments, including the Prime Minister agency, between 3 agencies. So when the Prime Minister coming out, selling all of that, and said billions spent, this is what JLP-ism is. JLP-ism, let me describe JLP-ism. JLP-ism, right, is the center bed of corruption, utilizing procurement procedures, right, to rob taxpayers' money. And so then when you hear about billions spent, this is how they set up shell company, right, and where their friends and families, right, overcharge, dig deep in the treasury, and where they get their political kickback. This is what you call JLP-ism. And this is what we have seen. So then we have a 2.3 trillion total debt, and we have a $1.7 trillion unaccounted for by Andrew Holness administration, and where Andrew Holness own agency, you understand, is one of the 3 departments, right, that found wanted as it relates to unable to count for 1.7 trillion. So people, let me ask Andrew Holness, just imagine that if we were able to account for $1.7 trillion, right? And particularly, if we did utilize quarter of that into the police force, then you'd have a much better police force. The police force would have adequate service vehicles, right? They could have adequate body cameras, right? They could have adequate vest, right? And so forth and so forth. And so then when your run come out and you said your administration spent billions of dollars more than any other administration, you should be a callous shame, because what you are saying to us, you are simply saying to us that your administration is a goddamn criminal. That's what you're saying. Your administration is a criminal because you cannot account for $1.7 trillion. It is plain and simple that if you spend billions of dollars and all of the money that you spend in the police force, right? And if that should be audited in terms of what you said you spend, you would see large variances, Andrew Holness. I am telling you that. You would see large variances. So when you're coming out and you said your administration spend billions of dollars, just imagine in terms of what you explained, where the government, right, has to increase its taxes in certain areas under the category of indirect tax, right? But yet, you are so unconscionable. What you're not telling the people that under the economy, which the economy is not vibrant, because the economy, as it relates to importation and exportation, that we are importing more than how we export, but with your conscience that you have, right, and your criminal mind that you have, you choose to stay 200 and 300% raise, and you definitely know that the economy cannot carry that load. It can't carry that load, Andrew Holness. It cannot. And that is one of the reasons why, as it relates to what Nigel Clark, you understand, presented as it relates to his budget, right? They are, of course, budget shortfalls. Budget shortfalls. So what are you going to do? You're going to tax the Jamaican people to death, and at the same time you're telling them that you have no new taxes. People are not stupid, Andrew Holness. Get off of it. Get off of it. So when you're talking about and you're showing people, right, no new taxes because you didn't tax direct tax. You understand? Why don't you speak to the Jamaican people about indirect taxes? Come out, Andrew. What we want you to do, as from tonight, please come out and tell the people, tell the Jamaican people how much money you have collected as a result of indirect tax.
Yes.
That's what you need to tell the Jamaican people. And I yield back to our next Titan.
Yes, Melzipa.
Yes, I just want to ask Andrew Holness one question. Who is in charge of the Jamaica Constabulary Force? Because I would think that it is the Minister of National Security, Dr. Crabbe. Then it extends out to the commissioner in charge. But I've seen in recent time where Andrew Holness have gone all over the place at some very, strange venue to deliver some very potent speech as it relates to school and ceremony for, policemen, where the speech that he's making, those speeches should be made in the House of Parliament. Those are the appropriate speech that should be made in House of Parliament. So we see where I'm going to the school them and I'm trying to radicalize the student them for them to become GLP operative. And we see we are now informalizing within the Jamaica Constabulary Force a certain section of men who he appointed to be elevated to the rank of inspector. You understand? And we are saying that shows us a clear sign of dictatorship within Jamaica. This man is like him in China and the army is on parade and he has to be there and he has to be making, reference of the transformation of the police force. This is what we're seeing. But I'm saying to Andrew Holness that we don't have such a law in Jamaica that give you the power and the authority to be, in charge of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. So you have to watch yourself, Andrew. Because we run here, so we have to highlight the fascists of your behavior, We're not going to make you just run loose like a bushfire, and just trample the landscape of Jamaica with your dictatorship style where you have. Because me don't know where you're thinking of yourself right now. See where I go on the ground, man. See I wish party have the energy. Right now you're so stupid you should have relinquished this type of dictatorship style of leadership we have in Jamaica. Because you cannot win the next general election. So for you to be putting in long-term plans for the Jamaica Constabulary Force, when you're at the end of your tenure as Prime Minister in Jamaica, it is absurd. You understand? Because the electorate have been speaking to you in spades. They are showing you the energy on the ground that they have walked away from your oblivious style of leadership. So you going to that graduation or award ceremony, God, I don't know what it really is. I can't fathom what it was. Why you were there present making that speech and using some terms of implementing and how much money you spend over the last, your money bigger than we spent for the past 30 years. You don't have no money in Jamaica, As my Titan brother Byron outlined to you, it's taxpayers' money you spend. But you go like a year one or the GLP one. Everybody money you spend. So we don't want you come colorize it or come colonize it. The money belongs to the taxpayers of Jamaica. And you are entrusted to spend it, but when we know what you do with the taxpayers' money, it's unbiblical. You understand? Yeah, because all you do is thief Jamaican taxpayers' money. But it look like you like when we come angle them type of way you can't ease up off of your folly tricks where you're going with. It's not going to get you anywhere. Stop radicalize the police force and indoctrinate them. You radicalize the police force, you radicalize the army, you radicalize the community them where you can't infiltrate. You radicalize the member them around you. You understand? So we are making notes of this indoctrinating thing we are talking about. It not gonna work. And them policemen the way you upgrade them, hey, if me have anything for do, the next government, me demote all of them. Because them not qualify as far as we know. Unscrupulous people are use and uplift them. We see have one where do media work coming from a district constable. You understand? Which we know as a DC. But now we have a senior superintendent or assistant, some another capacity.
Senior soup.
Senior soup, right?
Yes.
They pay some enormous amount of money. And he's not a crime fighter. He doesn't even know the tool to fight crime. So these are the type of propagandism where you exhibit. The culture that you have is wrong, Andrew. This dictatorship culture where you have, it don't work in a Jamaican landscape because Jamaica is a democratic society that strives on good democracy. So your leadership is not good for Jamaica. I want to know if I don't have China there, North Korea with the army, you roll out the army and the police force and you get a big speech as to how many money you are pumping at this sector. The amount of money where you lavishly talk about, you know. That money should be spending on something more uplifting to Jamaica. Agriculture sector, manufacturing sector, education, health, road, water, pharmaceutical needs, the people on the ground. What kind of crime you come exhibit and showcase? We want to rid Jamaica crime once and for all. So for you come out and talk about this amount of money where you pump, it greater than the past 30 years. What are you saying?
Massive bullshit.
And many more people don't buy that type of narrative. Because the crime fighting tool where you have in a Jamaica, you know, is for weaponize the police force. We see one policeman about 4 guns in a small little third world country. You understand? So what you do? You give them so much power that it intimidates the common people on the ground. The Jamaican citizens are afraid of the Jamaican constabulary force personnel them that you have. Because number one, we used to a society where we see a policeman in a red seam and blue seam. Now you're deadening them up with all the flag on them arm. What are you saying to we and your Holness? Are you the person in charge of the army and the police force? Or is the relevant authority that we know should be in charge? You have taken away all the leadership role from the people, but you're still paying them and raise them salary to astronomical amount, 200 and 300%, but then you control the job. So we want to know where you go with this thing. But I make you know so this thing I can't be for you, you know. It's for the people. And the people are speaking loud and clear to you and your Holness. They are tired of your leadership. And they're tired of the party that you assemble around you, the members. Because they are weak and pathetic. They can't even stand up to you. Because what you have done to them, you have radicalized them in corruption. That nobody can speak out where you is concerned as to the work that they're doing and how you are misrepresenting all the office and the ministry them. Those people that are in charge of the ministry, they are the one that we want to see. You are the prime minister. You should be guest speaker if you are there at all. So where you went and make this big speech, it should be Dr. Crab. Because remember, if you use him locally, he can't go overseas, you know. So utilize him more upon the ground. Because him can't travel. So all him energy supposed to be in Jamaica. But where you have him? Where you have him, Ado? Minister of National Security and Deputy Prime Minister. But it's like him non-existent. You there all over the shop. Come on. Wake up and smell the coffee, man. Jamaica people not done some fool like you thinking on Holness. And if there was even such a time, remember social media is a real education center. Because if you can't read and write, you can't listen with your ears and you will learn same way. And we round your so make the people know all your shenanigans where you are going with and your PR. And you pull too much of them and you have to stop it now. You understand? Because you look like you're blind as the time come. The time I squeeze you, you know. You so implore. You understand? You and your rest of cabinet member them so implored. Because time I come pack pound and I squeeze, you know. Getting nearer and nearer and the belt tighten more pound every day. Because you have no vision for the country. To take the country forward. You've been a failure for the past 9 years. You have let down the Jamaican electorate. Crime has spiraled through the roof. education has shrink, economy shrink, and poverty turn up. Poverty turn up in our way that you can't stay. All over the world and here the Jamaican people are crying. There's nothing for the suffering people in Jamaica. But you look at 5% of conglomerate them on a super rich. And we are make sure no so we have an angle and a hold on that. Because no more wealth now come out of the country, you know. And everything will come out, will leave already to have to come back. We've been warning you. And this is no joke business around here, so. Because remember, you know, we see a great giant like Goliath, you know, that oppressed the Philistine, you know. One man used a sling and a stone and defeat him. So remember, the common people will defeat you and your Holness. As much as a giant as you want to proclaim yourself to be in the landscape of Jamaican society, the common people can defeat you. And that is what we are mobilizing the people towards. This danship that you have, that you've been exploiting upon the people throughout your time in politics, it has come to an end now. And I mean, there's no coming back for you. Your time serving in Jamaica politics landscape is coming to a dramatic ending. And you can't rebound. You won't be as fortunate as Donald Trump. Because you will be put in a place that is as dark as midnight. Because remember, you know, your money laundering thing, you know, your illicit enrichment scheme, you know, your corruption where we see involved in, you know, with some big hierarchy. We're supposed to be businessman and you're a politician, you're not supposed to mix with them. But when you mix with them and you rob one of the world global superstar and money and you're quiet like a mouse, not a sound from you and your Holness as it relates to you send Bolt money. Because even the time when you run out, you know, a very few little things to say because you say you can't comment on it until you gather the facts. But up till now, you haven't told us what you have gathered. So we know you were a part of the panty scheme that brought down the world superstar, Usain Bolt. Icon. Internationally renowned. And for that reason alone, the world has turned against it. Not just Jamaican people. The world has turned against you and your Holness. So you find yourself now running all over the place like madams, doing all type of stupid things that you're not supposed to do right now. Leave these jobs to people that you choose and elect to serve in these ministry. Stop going into the school and radicalizing the student them. Because none of them go and vote for you. Because them parents are feel it at the hands of you. So you can't change your mindset to the parents and tell them about on a day-to-day basis. Because you don't know them suffering, you know. What you do for trick Jamaican people is unreal. You walk through river, pants foot roll up in a night. And let me tell you something. People them laugh after you don't even know. The few little one where you see come around you, I anchor them, I anchor for something. The real people now draw near you. Call them discard you as the prime minister. Them not rate you. Them discard you altogether. Because you promise them more than you can deliver. You run out, you talk about door and window, stay walk because you have the solution for crime. You're going to give them prosperity. You're going to cut all electricity, poverty. All these things. We never know the Quran can't carry poverty. But you find a way for electricity of poverty. borrow light, beg light, thief light, all of them something there. Eh? Or you borrow light from your neighbors or friend. You go into contractual agreement and them give a certain charge. Them say, well, if it's a 5,000, you pay them that, but you can't borrow light. But it's because you mash up the economy why you have to think that way. Because you know where the people that earn can't pay the high amount. Our electricity bill when it coming up. It can't pay water rate, it can't do nothing, it can't buy food. Yeah. So you'd have to come out and say these things. But even when you say it, you don't implement it, nobody don't see it. So it's a failure, man. Now we need you for just, pack your bag and go. And I yield back to another member of the Titan.
All right. So I'm going to master up again, I'm going to master up again now, but I have a dump figure dump, because him have them thing about work for him, and them like run out, and people never take them CV, and it's serious, so take them serious. See one here? Him talk about himself since week. That's August, Yes. Want to know that one here? We jump out and them can't hold it. Want to know it? Yes. So I forgot to them, 1 man. Yes? And then you have a 1 or 2. Them 2, yeah. Yes. When you take on a shot, because them figure out a road. Then you have a next dangerous one to where him tell like everybody. Everybody. Remember, him one of the sperm whale them where him father modest. That one here. Take him more. The whole of them belongs to Andrew Holness, Him always have the garbage them. They want a big dunce and fool. Criminal. Rape 4 little kids. 2 boy, 2 girl. Run away. We no business about him other life. He can live film life when he want to live it, This a seed guy. Yeah? But the little people them there. You understand? Nastiness. Father they molest him though, so you see? Yes. Father molest him, my mother, well, she had the backward star. But him, nastiness. When I enjoy him all them, look here again. Flush them here. Brand new. You see this? Them make Big Mama run out. See, Big Mama feel everything, You understand? No joke about it, no two way about it. Big Mama and everything, people. Yeah? No care where you want to flush, him dead. I'm a politician too, Make him chicken about no radio nothing. And then this Andrew, one Andrew patrol them. I'm a manual. It's tough to have a beard in it there. Yes. You see it? Yes. Yeah, man. So yes, not too worry about it. See him there? See Andrew said it's film all. You see it? M-Y. Yeah. For him all. It's for him Andrew all, not yes. Watch the M-Y for him all, right? Yes. So we never say the word, yes. And then we hear Damon Campbell and Damon Crawford that tell about him have when them call him, but them call him Goatman, a Goatman and call him Byron.
Yeah.
Like so me but them never call it well, them call Andrew Donkey, where him give a donkey, right?
Yeah.
Andrew, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, Andrew this, right? Yeah, man, Donkey Man.
Yes.
Yes. I'm the original Donkey Man right now. See? Yes. See, man, I am this, right? Yes. Thank you, Holness. Yes. So I figure out them thing upon him too, because them like figure out things upon people, so we now ramp with them. Yes. Size 13, watch your face. We know who. And then we have Blood Devil. See? And then see the big one I know Byron we're gonna talk about later. Them are washing machine, them wash laundromat. At 28 of them in Byron.
Yes.
You never see so much of them one time, don't it?
No,
it represents 28 bank book, yeah? Well, and then him a go like him a bulldog, don't it?
Exactly.
So yeah, this is how the man them deal with him. Yes. Yes. So the man them are deal with him later. So we are watching. And right now in a jar, that's how I'm going to pan down. Yeah, people? So I forgive them, we knock him, we not play with him, yeah? Yes. Them are brand new, them are take the place. I remember the whole them on the road, it's serious, Yeah, this are the nastiness. We take a thing. I'm people, watch it, him have more than that, I remember when I do tabloid. This nasty, this for go to prison. All them did work and tell them it's not gonna work. These are just germs. This is one anjo. We don't call it. It's a one million. Yes. These are germs here. Yes. All right. See? See the man there? See the man there now, Joel? See him there? Yeah, man. See me? No joke. And this now, I'm a laugh, I'm a dear. See, they won't blame everything. You know, see what I'm saying, so? The cost of living rising daily, you know. Yeah, what I'm saying, we don't cause it. It caused by the corona. Well, you know, when I say the pandemic and global inflation. So Marky just say blame game again. I see. You see this? Is that dangerous sky? You understand?
Yeah.
This is dangerous, very dangerous sky.
So
You understand?
Other cartoon where say I'm still a wear clocks.
Yeah, well, in the cartoon. I have to slap him with them thing, you know. You have to come out and make him know, say yes. Them the brand new for him. Brand new. See? Well, I'll go back to him now. So what them do now, we see them move to Isat. We are going to play that. But before we play this, Andrew, we see the minister yeah man, why the place of a light up. Now I have to give them some new things, you know. I give them some new things. Yeah man. So we see the minister run out and go pan attack. I'm going to play that, I'm going to play it in the piece from I can I be a little low, but I listen keenly. What the minister say yes, sir. Because he makes sure open the door, because I remember you have Queenie and Big Mama and Tebel and Tongue and Patrick Bailey and you know Kazkui and you know and what the liar name? What the liar name? The one where I have a question liar now, what name?
Champagne.
They have the whole of them going there. The whole of them going there. Bug life and you know fish headless. You have the whole of them and Magla. The whole of them you have. See? So me hear him a play it cool now. Yeah. Hear this.
Has almost doubled in the last 8 years.
Just one other point. We've discussed violent crime. You say that the trends are in a positive direction. There's one other thing which is on the minds of some potential visitors to Jamaica, and that is Jamaican attitudes to homosexuality, in particular male gay sex. Now, under your law, as I understand it, that can be penalised. That is, gay sex between men can be penalised by prison terms up to 10 years, including hard labour. And the UK official advice to travellers says, and I'm quoting, the attitude of many Jamaicans towards same-sex relationships is hostile. Your tourism minister, would you like to see Jamaica change its laws and change its attitude toward homosexuality?
But I tell you, once you go, you know. And I think that's statement which is factual for all visitors who come to Jamaica, including UK visitors.
Once
you know, today,
what do you mean?
Once you go, you know how hospitable, how kind, and how responsive the Jamaicans are to all visitors of whatever class, race, creed, lifestyle, or orientation. And there's no question about that.
If you're a gay man who chooses to holiday in Jamaica with your partner, you can, as I understand the law, be at risk of being locked up.
Well, you'll be surprised if you ever come to see. And perhaps you should.
Well, I'd love to come to Jamaica.
Absolutely.
I just want to be clear. Are you saying
you should.
These laws, though they're on the statute book, mean nothing? Is that what you're saying?
No. We're not saying that at all. But you know that laws are stated in relation to a number of factors, and indeed laws have also timelines that go beyond what is current, and current situations sometimes reflect not necessarily what legal positions are.
Talking about the law.
So the current situation, I'm tell you, say, big some of them time. So current situation, and not follow the law, him break law. And that's what I'm saying, no. Andrew want break the law, them for true, you know. Me, I tell you, say them a break law, and him tell you, say not follow the law, wait, I say, you're good. You're all right. That's why we are tell Andrew now, if you want to live certain way, take it off of the book. Face the people, them and nobody break the law. Stop the criminality and take it off of the book. If minister does come say it in a Byron. You understand? Yeah. Him say, so what we are telling him now, brave up yourself, because you not leave it for nobody else after you create the environment. Take it off of the book, Andrew Holness. Because the minister, them are telling us, say, yes, this is the way you want the what I want to do. Take it off of the book. Yes. Go face the people, them and do what you do. When you want to leave it in and then Mark come in and then pressure Mark, you know. You understand? You see it, Byron? No. Because him come talk. No, him come say, where must say pan attack? Him say, where must say? Whooping. Him say, them break laws. Him say, no, watch the laws, you know, that run out and yeah, everything good. You're fine for no. So somebody has said something wrong there, so there. Okay. So Andrew, we are telling you no. Same thing with Pantan, they tell him the other day. He want to move, he want the court. If he say with the IC, so if he say the part where the illicit enrichment, null and void. No, you have to go take it out of the book.
Or the Corruption Act.
Yes, the Corruption Act. So this is what I'm doing, you know. Him do some things that want to break laws, you know. You understand the law them did it. You know, big some of them to take the line of them own and do what they want to do. See? And then, you know, until they take it out of the book here, them say the law. No, what's the law? You see it? Yeah. Continue. Why you finish here this?
And talking about lawlessness, I think it's interesting to think about Jamaica in the wider context of your region. I mean, interesting things are happening in other countries. I'm thinking now of Central America, which is not so very far away, where various countries have tried to address violent crime, gangs and cartels, and a prominent country doing its utmost is El Salvador. Now there, the president has passed draconian new laws, which have seen him lock up, and I think this is right from my latest reading, up to 1% of the entire population. That is a vast number of young males have been locked up because of their involvement in criminal gangs and violent crime. Homicides, as a result of this crackdown, have gone down from 53 per 100,000, still not quite as high as you in Jamaica, just as 2.4, i.e. a draconian crackdown works. Would Jamaica consider it?
We're a democracy, and we have to respond.
I mean, President Buchanan in El Salvador, he was elected too.
But we are a democracy from your Westminster system. And we rule essentially by the laws, as you know. And we think that managing our crime situation has to be a mix of many factors. Strong laws, strong action by way of policing, but strong social interventions as well. And that's a mix that Jamaica is using to deal with the crime.
But that,
and the indication and the
crackdown Jamaica is not going to engage in. Is that what you're saying?
Draconian lockdowns of that type would not go well with the kind of democracy that we have.
Do you think you get enough help from the end?
Yes, to them I use state of emergency and so, you know. Continue. Yeah. Them lie and flip-flop. Continue.
These are countries where the cocaine that passes through Jamaica is consumed. I'm thinking of the United States and Europe. Do you think you get enough help from them when it comes to cracking down on drug use, consumption? And do you think you get enough help, particularly from the United States, when it comes to stopping the flow of guns and weapons into your country?
That's the problem. The real problem is stopping the flow of guns and weapons into the country. And so that there is need for much more ambition in this area, far more support to enable a significant cessation of flows into our space.
So yeah, when I'm asking about the drugs and the gun. Come on from the thing, you and the pop. Them asking about the drugs and the gun. I mean, I make a talk on this number. But him said, you know what the problem? The gun flow. Not the drugs. Not the 12. Yeah. Remember where drugs there, it have a gun and have a killing and everything. Me, you know that. And the drugs kill. Listen, the amount of people, around 30,000 people dead for overdose of cocaine alone, you know. Over 100,000 dead by other drugs combined in the US every year. Over 30,000 cocaine alone killing, you know, overdose, you know. Yes? Yeah. And him not busy about the cocaine were coming to Jamaica with the big boys there. And then spread out all over the place. It can't kill people. It mash up family. It take life. Yes. And when you can't come and fight so easy, can you see it? You see some people, and I eat alone, them have other drugs where them come like, you know, some robot. But him have no problem with the drugs. Him have problem with the gun. Yeah. You see it?
Yeah.
Not trust them. Take it away, Byron.
So we have a problem with Mr. Edmund Bartlett try to spin himself away from the host question and concern. So the host spoke to Mr. Bartlett and give reflection of El Salvador crime statistics and lamented to say that the El Salvador crime statistics, crime stat, right, as it relates to, you know, number 3 or so forth, right, seems to be reducing. However, one of the methods being utilized is what the host called draconian measures. And then the host asked him, as it relates to, right, you know, his administration, the JLP administration, if the JLP administration, you understand, would have utilized draconian measures to carry down their murder rate. However, Ed Bartlett tried to skillfully spin it in saying that, okay, you know, we are a democracy, and so then we wouldn't resort to draconian measures, but we would utilize, right, strong police strategy in terms of that. Well, what I want to ask Edmund Bartlett, right, that when he goes on national media like that and told callous lie like that, I want to ask him a question. No, I'm talking to Edmund Bartlett. Now we have footage which you have Wayne.
Yes.
And let us speak about draconian measures. So that is where we want to, you know, confine the conversation with draconian measures that the host had spoken about. So when we see that the Jamaican police have someone in custody, and particularly have that person in handcuff, and the police, right, fired 3 shots, killing him in handcuff, what would you call that? Would that be notified as a draconian measures? What do you call that? Because in a true democracy, right, you wouldn't really have that, right? Those policemen would have answered, right, to the society in respective of how they break the law, to be judge, jury, and executioner, you understand, executing draconian measures. When you have police officers, right, who had gone into someone's home and took that person out of his home and brought him around a corner, a zinc fence, and have him kneel and then executed him. This is the question that the host is asking. Would you be utilizing draconian measures? So I'm asking Edmund Bartlett, because even now, as it relates to those 2 cases that we have pointed out, right, the Jamaica Labour Party administration had not responded. Right? The Minister of National Security, right, has not responded as it relates to, right, any updates pertaining those 2 cases. This is what we, the Jamaican people, witness. Several times, right, the constabulary force, members of the constabulary force, right, use draconian measures, one that we describe as extrajudiciary killings. And so then for Edmund Bartlett to go there and, you understand, trying to PR his way, right? Even although the host know that he's PRing his way, right? In saying that, okay, we are a democratic country. So then if Edmund Bartlett knows that we are a democratic country, right? Why not have these policemen arrested and charged? Why not having investigation into those matters, Edmund Bartlett and Andrew Holness? You went there, right, on a public platform, and you are saying, right, that our country, which is Jamaica, is a democratic country, right? And as I come to you, you have not utilized any form of, right, draconian measures. But yet we have seen the Prime Minister, right, use Zozo, state of emergency. You understand? And
we are quizzing next time.
So we like talk and we like shoot. Make us show it right away. Yeah,
Angie, we are quizzing next time.
Why don't you cooperate? People, why you don't tell him to cooperate?
So when you are quizzing next, he can't cooperate. When you are quizzing next, he can't cooperate.
So the police have him and the two of them could have just hold him and do what they put in this. So this is a murder, you know. This is a wickedness, you know.
Straight murder, that brother. Straight murder.
This is a wickedness, you know.
Yo, this is a case that make me cry. This is a case that make me cry like a baby when we see it. Because it's the ultimate wickedness. So when Edmund Bartlett, let me finish this
Yeah, I'm a player.
Edmund Bartlett, you understand, went, and that is one of the reasons why now. When you hear Andrew Holness administration, I mean all of them, all of the members of parliament, because they side with Andrew Holness. You understand? And when Andrew Holness come out with him PR, you understand, Tufton come out with him PR, Edmund Bartlett come out with him PR, because all what this government does is PR. And so then when we lose 1.7 trillion, they believe that they can PR their way out of it. When we have situation with SSL and who mix up in a SSL, they believe that they can PR their way out of it. So when they tell lies that they spend billions of dollars, you understand, in transforming the force, and nobody can see the transformation, they believe that they can PR their way out of it. So when you went, we have the evidence, Edmund Bartlett. Here is the evidence that when you went, you understand, and gave, right, and spoke lies, venoms out of your mouth. You understand that Jamaica is a democracy, right? And you don't appeal to draconian measures. I want you to come and tell the Jamaican people, you, Andrew Holness, and Horace Strong, come and tell the Jamaican people why those policemen still in the force, you understand, and have someone killed while he's in handcuff. Explain that.
Make a play.
Why not tell him to cooperate?
No. Remember, him foot did in there, no people. Him take out him foot, can hold him down. The other one could have hold him and them could have put him down. Them definitely plan to kill him, you know.
Big man, stop resisting! Stop resisting!
They must squeeze him, get him upset more. Yeah? See that? Him said they would have to go.
Stop going! Behave yourself, I'm gallant! Stop now, man! Behave yourself, I'm gallant! Look at man, you see how you can't fucking... Name junction, I see. Name junction. Andre, stop now. Andre! If you reach the officer, I know stop. Name junction. Andre, you can't hear, man. One here, you can't hear.
I come to kill him now. So the man antagonize him. The other one now do not understand about look. And I want to drag one like, watch him dirty face. Watch this a dirty face here. What am I doing a police force, man? Eh? Look on him, man.
Name,
one and have one, so then I want to stand up with him gun and tell him, say, I'm going to kill him. No care what, look here. Man in a handcuff, he's not supposed to.
Watch out. Andre, just go on the van and stop by the police, come on the desk! Andre, no, you see you? Officer, do me a beg you, John was Officer, Andre, here the man! Officer John was sorry, me I tell you. Andre!
Because man, if a man does kill him back.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Up there, read. Up there. Up there.
Pull it, you know. And you
Read
think
up
you
there.
move. If that a rule, you show you.
So them just sniff him up, and I go show that part there, and them just sniff him so.
Yeah.
And just chew him like a piece of meat.
You notice how they move him from the service unit and pull him away.
No,
You
but
know,
what
and they
you do, you can't, you know, have no gun for draw. Them money depend on some gun. And when them do, you know what them do after this? Them release a picture with a youth. Them want to do some video a long time about youth. I do prop the youth have to come out from tax. Say, see me with a gun. So them have the gun like it's a taboo thing. When them say, see you with a gun, you say, you seem bad because them have a gun. This is the strategy with them use. Same like how Angelo love say, let me tell you Angelo favorite thing now. Like him that come and say, we spend more money. We spend the most money, but you don't see no result. Because them a chop the money. It don't make no sense. We do the most. We say, show me something where you do. Him a force and say transformation. Them a kill the youth. Them turn in danger species. These things are wrong. The police them like James and things supposed to police them a try to kick them out of the force. And put in them when a police. If this is a draconian measure, something wrong.
So Wayne.
Yes.
Let us speak on that, what we have just seen. Number one, in terms of police training as it relates to the utilization of handcuff. Like,
yes,
one of the first thing that went wrong right there is the way how the gentleman was handcuffed.
Sure.
That's when you're handcuffing someone, you can't handcuff them in front of them. You have to handcuff them from behind.
Yeah.
So you give them less control. So right then and there, what that told me, that the police, those policemen, right, is totally ill-equipped, right, to handle situations like that. Right?
Sure.
And so then, what they resort to, because number one, again, when you talk about the use of force theory, right? Now, you have the person handcuffed, right? It is not one of you, it is two of you. Right? So even then, to avoid executing him, right? You're going to tell me that the policemen are not physically trained or physically fit. You understand, to the fact that the youth, right, being handcuffed, someone can just fall and put him on the ground to lie down, right? And even one of them sit on him while he's handcuffed, while other person's call back up. If you need backup, so to speak, right?
But hear this, don't move. So, let me say some other thing to this.
Yes.
If you have handcuff and you use one, and your handcuff could have put by them foot them too,
Yes.
But just say, you handcuff him in front. You could have put away the gun, the rifle or something. If you want, without handcuff, me and you are young light and we see one man, 2 pound, one that. Even if him not have handcuff, him hard for angry unless him a giant and him well, hard for angry. Because if you want to put one and the other and you lock him off, Me not even ask. You know if you use no gun, it impact, listen, this is a foolishness. This one me just say, brother, is garbage, this is murder.
Hey, look
here. Enough more case and then but I'm going to ask you, Those same like how you see him there, so, and then push out wrong picture and wrong thing with the youth. Put this are your son. And your nephew. And your son. Just put your son this. And when you see this, just put yourself in the shoe. Even when I say when our police, why do this, when our family, put yourself in the space. Yeah? Because Chang tell them to do this. Shoot and don't carry them. So them, remember, them in foot, you saw them foot in there and the youth bend down so the youth can't do nothing, Him can't move him man because them foot did in the handcuff.
Man.
So the youth back bend him. If him not move that foot, even if the car back up your alone, the youth cannot move until you move your foot. So if they have him foot, remember the youth stay so and put him in there. So if the youth bend down so can't move, Cannot come out of it. And the other one instead of him holding him just one and when the pan thing and I use one hand. So them not training never kick in, brother. The youth, they shouldn't dead. Should never dead. Shouldn't get shot. And that's the truth. Put on a family in the same space. And your son that. I remember telling her again, not when you wear a badge, that no mean someone won't kill your son. But wear the badge too. Because your son, you're in a different parish and a man kill your fitness in the same way. What you gonna say? What you gonna say about it? At them time they have said, John, which man this and that kind of things it wrong. Them to stop do these things.
But we ain't.
I remember a mistake. You know, live them kind of way, them thing around. Eh? Yes.
What you find very uncompromising is the fact that they discharge 3 rounds or 4 rounds, somewhere in that 4 rounds, yes. So, that shows the intent and the level of intent that they had to carry out that execution. Because you have a person in handcuff already, with 2 of you supposed to complete 6-month training each before you enter as a police fully fledged into civilian role where you're protecting the civilian. Okay? But we didn't see any form of the training being an exhibit. We didn't see that.
Brother, them depend on gun.
Them depend on gun.
And remember, this is a murder, At the last train Baron, them tell you, see, as a man talk and him go on, them tell you, when a man are going away, what you do? You shoot him?
No, that's not it. That's not your first resort, Your first resort is to calm the person in front of you and don't let it escalate. Because in a security training, we get that as a security in the UK, right? You're supposed to find a way how to, deal with who you have in front of you in a calm and peaceful manner so you don't escalate the scene.
Yeah.
Right? And then you use the necessary skill training that you get to deal with who you have in front of you. So if, as you say, you have to fall him and put him at the ground and sit down upon him, so be it. But
kill him, handcuff him better, and then we have to take him from up there, so you got to take him, and then we don't wear nothing else. You know, say, oh, him have a gun, but I never him. You may see the youth whether that Bob is a pop gun business and thing. These things need to stop. So them tell you a species. And then, by the way, you shoot him much time. Clearly, you just shoot him and like him and then you open the back and lift him up and train at the back. If you ever saw them lift him up and train in that,
You didn't see it, man. You watch it.
You get
the video release. What we seeing alone, so what we seeing is policemen carrying out the Prime Minister and Dr. Chang order. And there's no bones about it. That's what was happening at the time, because this killing happened right in the time when Dr. Crab said shoot to kill. And I mean, Dr. Chang, as the Deputy Prime Minister, him still fall under Andrew Holness leadership. So you combine the 2 of them together, you get where you sit on the ground happening. Because remember, Andrew Holness use the terms, If you're doing whatever, you're going back to your maker.
You're going back to your maker.
Who is your maker? You understand? So we sensitive enough to know the narrative
that's how
we're doing. Because your maker is the creator, and if you go back to him, you can go back to him in a mortal stage,
Yes.
You can't go back to him as a mortal person. You understand? So them feel like say we not understand when they must speak them gibberish.
Yes.
You understand?
Yeah, man.
You go back to your maker the creator, So if you go back to the creator, you can only go back to the creator as an immortal person. You can't go back when you're mortal. So you become immortal. You have to dead. You understand?
Yes.
So Andrew Holness, as we say, have a lot to give account for. Dr. Crab for charge for the youth the murder in Jamaica because him are the one instigator in the type of extrajudicial killing where we see the policeman them that carry out. And that's Peter killing on this 9mm wherever attached to the crime scene. Like you like no more gun, but 9mm.
Let me just say something like so. No gun, the youth never have a gun. The youth never have a weapon. He have
nothing for him.
Even if it's spit or him kick, you restrain him. But you can't draw your gun and shoot him.
No matter how that youth was reacting.
Even if but not try what up, you don't you draw your gun and you threaten him and then you don't shoot him. And that
our man in a handcuff.
Big up yourself, my sister.
Our man in a handcuff to disarm you as a policeman. Tell me now, when I two are you there? Or if him even disarm you.
I'm going to disarm you.
Hey, you see them, let me tell you something, man. This is why I grieve me alone, son. Because the hierarchy, we don't hear nothing about them cases.
But we have
and
them
cases on video.
Brother, let's save them because we use them for human rights purpose. So the one of them have to use and turn over to them and think. We get to them, you know. I mean, when I don't nothing, you know, we have to straighten up the one of this.
No, we can't just leave them stony and turn, man.
No. So it have to straighten up.
Because, I mean, them here where the egg and human rights body want look on.
Yes.
Them here cut and dry thing. I always use that term to them. Them here don't need a whole heap of time in a courthouse to exhaust the time at the court.
Right.
Them here cut and dry.
Yes.
Because we cannot have this type of behavior. I call them malpractices by our security men towards the citizens of Jamaica. You understand?
Look on the taxi man, you know. Look on this. This is a taxi man. Me just show you. A little boy like this now, come out. People them attack say can't do the taxi man. So what him do? Stand up to the man neck. Look on that Byron. You tell me now. No man could not, can you imagine? Your hand, nobody now put the man in your face, much as a shoes with the pan going like that, a taxi man. This boy or the man could have been father or something, and you stand up in the man's neck. And then put it in the man's face to stand up there, you know. Stand up, see there? You see him shoes there? And the people, them might tell me what have him going about moving. You know?
Not threatening all the bystander. Him threatening the bystander that.
See there?
You look here calling me to boy, it's a toilet that.
You see? Come back.
That
well,
police boy, there's a toilet.
Depending on the youth now. They make real police can. And at this time start them to a crab. Tell them to do these things, you know.
Yeah. We say
I ain't tell them shoot no carrying and do the whole of this and just a meet Jamaica. Andrew and Crab me blame for this, you know. Yeah? This bad.
Now you look on this pit toilet. Eh? Pit toilet to call all that, you know.
People could have been their father. You saw you about their father and put your foot in a panel and step in his face. The pan look at dirty shoes. This bad in a Byron.
So but you know what?
Let me say something to you.
This is
You remember in Iraq, right? Now make you say it right now, Byron. You remember in Iraq when George Bush down there and them fling the shoes off of him? For a man with that shoes is an insult, you know.
Yes.
That's why them fling it off of him. People, listen to me. What you think the reporter take him shoes and fling off of George Bush when him just a duck and duck because they're licking with that, you know, say, that's yeah. That goddamn this a total disrespect. Can you imagine you're a big man and one of them youth put your drive taxi and the car you want to run. Him use them shoes, them walk dark shit and everything and put in your face, brother. The youth don't have no respect, not even for your mother and for nobody at all. This a total out of orderness.
Me say it's a pit toilet.
Yes, Byron. Yes, Byron.
This is what we are talking about as it relates to Andrew Holness led administration. So let us ask ourselves right, these questions, Jamaica. For one, right, we have seen the video here on social media, and I know that it would have at some point, right, reached the relevant authority. And you are going to say, from the time of the incident, the Jamaica Constabulary Force has not come out, right, and speak on the matter. Simply what this is saying to me, you understand that it represents the administration as it relates to the type of conduct that the policemen and women are conducting themselves. And if the administration is in silence of this, well, the administration is saying that, right, it supports extrajudiciary killing. So this is why, you know, when we say the Titan is here, right, to reflect the truth. We have seen where, of course, Edmund Bartlett, right, on big national platform, right, telling lies as it relates to Jamaica not involving draconian measures and want to put on the cologne and the cosmetics and put up what he can put up. Right, in saying that we are a true democracy. But how can you have true democracy when you have police, you know, men and women, right, going into the home of any individual, right, and have that free will to take them out, right, and becomes judge, juror, and executioner. So let us not, you know, fool ourselves. This is what we are talking about. We have laws, right, that will govern certain behavior, right? We have the police force, as it relates to our criminal justice system, the police force who investigate, right, and work in tandem with the DPP, right, the prosecutor, right, to look on the case and verify indeed if, okay, all right, they have a solid case to put into the judiciary. And so then the police and the DPP, right, in certain cases, right, high profile cases, right, will work together, right, in terms of having a good case so that they can prosecute the case. Now, it is the judge, you understand, or the judiciary who make determination on these cases, right? Not the police who is dealing with any cases. And you have some Jamaican people, you know, because they are, let me put it this way now, you have some Jamaican people to the fact that they have a high level of gullibility, right, and high level of ignorance. Will say, you can't go on social media, they take off with the dirty criminal. Me know how some of them stay now. Because they believe to the fact that the police killed this person, that person is a dirty criminal. So we understand the narrative, right? Some people, even without the facts, right, will speak that, okay, we'll go and take off with the dirty criminal. That is beside the point. That is beside the point. Use your intelligence. Your intelligence as it relates to where you have the Constitution, right, simply mean that each person in Jamaica has his or her constitutional rights. So remember now, each person in Jamaica, male or female, everyone governs by the Constitution, which the Constitution is the #1 law of the land. It is the master of all laws, which governs the society. So then, if the Constitution is saying, right, that you are to act accordingly to this constitution, how can you be in agreement with a policeman or woman executing, right, extrajudiciary killing? Then you wouldn't be living in a democratic country that governs, you understand, by a so-called constitution. You'll be now find yourself into what we call a banana republic. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to decide whether you want to be into a banana republic. For me, right? You have a situation when a crime committed, right? There are processes that need to be followed. So when a crime committed, what needs to happen? It simply means that the crime that committed needs to be investigated. Now, if it needs to be investigated, you understand, we have men who train to do that, which they are police officers, right? Who will look at the evidence, you understand, follow the leads, right? And organize their case. And so then, of course, when that case being organized, you understand, they will work in tandem with the DPP, right, to put that case in the judiciary. And now, right, the judiciary will look at the evidence being collected, you understand, and make a judgment on these evidence being collected. So then, if you are going to have this system in place, why anyone in Jamaica would want the police to be judge, jury, and executioner? So then, if Tamex committed number 3, right? It simply means that the police are supposed to possess the skills and the ability to investigate that particular case, find, right, the requisite evidences, you understand, and make sure that they process the evidence. So then you have to understand that is why you have procedural law. And what that means simply means that there are steps, right, to follow. There are steps to follow, right? Now, if a policeman is going to charge someone for drugs, right, the policeman can just run, go over the person's place and claim to find drugs. No, the law doesn't say that the police need to do that. What the law says, right, you need to go to the court or a justice of the peace, get the requisite right subpoena, right, and to execute, and then you do a search. The law doesn't tell a police to just barge into somebody's house and take him out just like that. No. And so then that's why they have state of emergencies utilized under different circumstances. So when you have your everyday police with the exemption of state of emergencies, right, they have to act in tandem of the law. Right? And so then we shouldn't be seeing these things and where our administration, as it relates to, right, our member of parliament, leaders, politicians, right, who can utilize their leadership skills. Because what we are saying here, okay, clear evidence, where we have a situation revealed on social media. And so then, when it revealed as it relates to footage, whether it come from a phone, come from a CCTV, right, and the evidence is there, you will not have a Dr. Crab, you understand, who try to windle his way out of a situation and now start to say that body camera is not important. So when you have the Minister of National Security, is giving a narrative out there to say that body cam is not important. Then let me ask the Minister of National Security. Then why in the first place you guys
Got you.
Yeah. Why in the first place you guys choose to get body camera? So then, what is the reason, right, that you want to get body camera? And now after getting body cameras, you are now saying that body camera is not useful. So then what you are saying, that the picture captured from the body camera is not true? Because I don't understand what Dr. Cover said.
Let me say something to you.
Yes.
When him say, that mean him definitely want to finish kill off the youth them. Him say, when the police in a shootout, he might explain to and when them shoot off of the police have to dive. So, them shoot off of you, so the bullet go very slow then, and then you dive and you escape the bullet. So the body camera will go to the ground. So, it don't make no sense. Your weird body camera now, like marketplace and them play. Listen, so when a man, you say man with gun and you stand up, and you make him shoot off of you, then you dive. So the body camera that shows you dive. But you get from the bullet. If you wait till when him shoot off of you, then you dive. So when him shoot off of you, you have to dive. The police have to dive. You might tell me like, I something him right out. You might talk like I something him right out in a book. It don't make no sense, Byron. We might talk is bullshit.
Garbage, man. Garbage.
Because I show you the police, I'll make you finish that, Byron. But let me show you the police, man. This unbelievable. If you was a nice firearm owner and you take out your gun for somebody like this, and remember, you get charged. Illegal possession of firearm and with license. And other charges too. Because you're threatening to kill people. Look on this. Look on this. Yeah, what she said.
Me, for you no gunshot out here. Don't fuck. Don't fuck with yourself, here. Because you don't necessarily collect starch people on start right on the gunshot.
Took off a man face, And a woman is disrespectful again. See that? And turn her back and walk away. Look at her.
Don't fuck with yourself. You hear me telling them? Don't fuck. Me, for you no don't fuck with yourself, here.
And she will kill them all. These are school kids. She's supposed to be a police. Right round him, and me says I must have load of a conductor this. And you come and say, oh, when you not start, you know, see him not down there, so. So that when you start, me says a conductor or a doctor or something. Look at this again.
Me, for you no gunshot out here. Don't fuck with yourself, here. Because you don't necessarily collect starch people on start right on the gunshot. You hear me telling them? Don't fuck with yourself. You hear me telling them? Don't fuck.
And look like yeah, that look like
All right. Don't this number again, brother man. Now make you finish now, Byron. But this is actually the state. You have some school kids who can't get bus. And you come and say, when you don't the sex, me will give you a gunshot. No fuck front of the school kids and everything. Now, if you was a license firearm owner and to cut your gun and brandish, it's illegal possession of firearm plus a bag of charges. Threatening to kill all people and do all kind of thing. You're gone.
Yes.
You should get charged for that way, no?
Exactly.
Because when me see you down there, so don't focus on me, we give you a gunshot. And say your police threaten people with government weapon. The gun member taxpayers when they buy it and a yearns. You know, have it to use them where they me will give you a gunshot and then we give him gunshot for your same shooter for you and give him a gun too. These things need to stop, brother. Continue, Byron. So this is what we put going on, Byron. I feel the same guy, you know, when me lollipop jar attacking foolishness. Continue, brother.
Yeah, well, again, over and over, you understand, we have witnessed as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party administration. Because, you know, all of these evidence out there as it relates to, right, the sort of disrespectful and despicable behavior of the policemen, right? But what we are not seeing, right, is the effort of the administration, right, seems to discipline these persons when you have such blatancy, right, of police misconduct, right, and breaking the law, right, in those despicable means, right, because you have seen that the woman constable, right, went up there, right, point with her weapon. That's an assault, right? That's assault. That's, to me, that's assault at common law, right? And then this police officer should be disciplined. So this is it, We know that now this becomes public knowledge, right? And should have some point in time get to the administration, but we have seen nothing being done. So then when we look at how Andrew Holness talking about transformation of the force, let us get into there now. So then when we talk about the sort of behavior that these policemen are exhibiting, does any of the money that Andrew Holness spent, right, taxpayers, spent in terms of certain workshop, right, that where the police can be utilized as it relates to use of force theory, right, and how they need to deal with community policing? Because if you're going to transform the police,
these are the transformation we might tell you about, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. So while Andrew Holness, speak loudly about transformation, right? We would like to see those examples of transformation. As it relates, okay, how you limit? Is there a workshop put in place? Because this is a different thing that I'm asking. You understand? So might be some people might say to him, but really and truly, Minister of National Security, right, the Prime Minister, right, do you have workshop as it relates to certain things that you have seen? You have seen it on Titans, you have seen it on certain social media platforms as it relates to the behavior of the police officers, right, both men and women, right? Do you have workshop, you understand, that deal with community policing, or the police need to respect, right, the persons from the community, and where they can work in tandem, right, both the community and the police, and bring up that level of respect for each other. The police respecting members of the community, and members of the community respecting the police, right? So then, so what sort of transformation Andrew Holness is talking about? If you look in terms of, okay, if you're talking, we are not seeing any form of structural transformation, so to speak, where police officers getting around the island, getting new stations, right? They have proper convenience, so to speak. We have seen several police stations in and around Jamaica, you understand, being old and dilapidated. So then while the Prime Minister is bragging about billions of dollars, you understand, spent, the Prime Minister can just selectively, you understand, identifying, you understand, one particular area in a Westmoreland which they spend X amount of money, $2.8 billion, and call that transformation. Because it is not only in Westmoreland policing has done, Andrew Holness, right? So you can't just pick up Westmoreland, right, because you build something in Westmoreland, and then you are saying, no, that's supposed to transform the entire force. There are 14 parishes, Andrew Holness, in Jamaica. In spite you didn't know. 14 parishes. So you can't just do work in one parish and you believe that that should cause a general transformation through the entire Jamaica Constabulary force. The billions of dollars in terms of what you said you spent, right? There is no audit to show the Jamaican people that, okay, this is what we spent and this is what we do. So Andrew Holness, Mystic Sensation, Titans, Lied, right? Lonesome is asking you that before you speak, any of you speak on billions of dollars spent, what the public want to see? The public want to see receipt of what's spent. Simple mean, if you said you spent $21 billion, break it down for us to say, okay, this is how the $21 billion were spent through this particular procurement process, right? So if you build X amount of station, okay, all right, this station, the procurement process was done, right? The contract was awarded to such and such, right? And these are the amount of stations that build, that equate, and amount of stations that built, and the amount of equipment that we spend on all the expenditures, right? Based on the physical items that we are seeing, right? Yes, this is what being spent. And so then we accounted for, you understand, X amount of $1 billion being spent. When a Jamaica Labour Party administration who known for JLPism, and let me define JLPism. JLPism is corruption and criminality. So when you have a JLP government, you understand, that execute JLPism, it simply means that when you're coming out speaking about billions of dollars spent, you need to show an audit. And what we realize, let me tell you something. If you are transparent and balanced, you would allow the jump portal. The jump portal, let me talk to the people then. And let me talk to you, Andrew Holness. Because you believe, say, you are going to get away with the trickery. You're not going to get away with the trickery. Right? I went on the jump portal. Right? And I was doing some investigation and I realized, as it relates to your administration, right, suppressing the information on the jump portal. You must speak loud and clear. So then, oh, you are dealing with transparency. So now, you suppress the information on the jump portal where I could go on the jump portal, and if I said 20 billion spent, I could go on the Minister of National Security as it relates to the what was budgeted, what was procured, right? And I could see who the contract awarded to under the jump portal. You stop that from happening, Andrew Holness. You stop that from happening. And this is the reason why you stop it from happening. Because you want to go on public platform and say you spend $1 billion without any accountability. Without not having to account, you understand, to the people. Right? Why you don't make the jump portal public and the information release? So Mystic Sensation now can go on the jump portal, right, and teach the people them how, you understand, to access the information. So when you come and you say, okay, $21 billion spent, right, on Cornwall Regional Hospital, then I could go on the jump portal, right, I could go on the Minister of National Security, and of course, I could see exactly who, you understand, as it relates to the procurement process, who the contract was awarded to, and how much money that person was paid. So then why you prevent that information, Andrew Holness? You're a thief in administration. I'm not going to be political correct tonight. You are your JLPism. You are your JLPism. Why you stop the information from flow on the jump portal? So this is what Jamaican people need to ask you. This is what mainstream media need to ask you, Andrew Holness. You understand that you need to free up the jump portal? So that media, anybody who want to access the information to know how the tax dollars spending. You understand? We don't have to come ask you. We can access jump portal. Why you block it? Why you stop it?
You're not doing a mistake. Let me tell you why. Because sometimes when you did and say, me check the jump portal, him say, oh, can you remember them watch the what are we?
Yes.
They say, I access the jump portal. Him say, oh, that's why they might use it B2 because they might get something from the jump portal to alright. We have to block it because they might use it and expose it to win. So them don't want to talk there. That's why. Because I remember all the time you mentioned jump portal, you know.
Yeah.
Them listen. So what them do, this is what them do. You know, it's a straight dictatorship. When they're supposed to stop, the government supposed to be open and for them money them a spend. That's why them call them, me hear bug life from Big Mama again today, you know. Me hear me now. Bug life, you know. I have finished up in a mistake, but me hear my talk say, we do job, them uncle can't chat, but we, the government, spend the money, we do this. Government listen and I feed them money. So when the opposition come and say, we now squander the money, we now thief it, we don't want them, you know, because them are criminal, you know.
Exactly.
They are criminal, just don't end up a prison, and that's why them friend of police, and them have the DPP, and they want them because them don't want nobody. They want to lock them there in a pocket.
Yeah.
Mashing up the country. Continue.
Right. And so then, when we look and see how this administration, right, is behaving, right, lacking checks and balance and transparency, right, then, I mean, of course, we can define this government. We can now define JLPism of what JLPism is clearly all about, right? Now, when you compare both parties, right, because I heard Andrew Holness first start this in the people. You understand? Calling PNP PNPism. And we know that PNPism is democratic socialism. You understand? Good governance. And we know that JLPism, you understand, is corruption. Now, why we prove that? Why they can't run out to show a record or show evidence of PNP persons who they had sent through the judiciary? Then why is it, you understand, that it's only PNP have that record to show how much of them gone to prison? So then there's a night and day, you understand, between both parties. You understand? Yes. One party, JLPism, you understand, indeed, full 100% corruption, right? And PNP, good governance, you understand, checks and balance, and will always put them in the judiciary. So that is the difference between PNPism and JLPism. Now, you ever see PNP? I want to ask a question. And this is how we are going to prove it. Have you ever seen in a PNP administration that the jam portal, right, being locked down? Or any checks and balance being stopped? Have you ever seen that? Has that ever been done? You understand? We are in the PNP administration, right? The PNP padlock the jam portal. Have you seen the PNP administration where the PNP decide that, okay, all right, the contractor general, we are going to create laws that the contractor general cannot speak? Did you see that in a PNP time? In the year 2012, 2016, did PNP, let me ask Andrew Holness something. You understand? We are going to expose you. Let me ask you a question, Andrew Holness. Did the People's National Party make any move, any at all, as it relates to the contractor general for checks and balance? Did the PNP pass any law as it relates to Muslim class? Right? Lock down the contractor general so that they can't speak on corruption. Did PNP ever do that? No. PNP didn't do that. Right? So let us look who had done that. In the Andrew Holness administration, it is the Andrew Holness who passed Section 53, subsection 3, the Muslim clause, you understand, to muzzle the Integrity Commission. Then let me ask you a question, Andrew. Why you want to muzzle the Integrity Commission? Come back here, Andrew. Let me talk to you and beat it tonight, man. Now, when it comes to the PNP, you understand, as it relates to the Code of Conduct, have you seen that the entire PNP administration refused to sign the Code of Conduct? Come to Andrew and say you talk about checks and balance, you talk about transformation, you know. And you talk about transformation, you know. So what is it that you are transforming the Jamaica Constabulary Force from? Unless you are transforming the Jamaica Constabulary Force from good to evil, then we understand the transformation. Because that is most the sort of transformation that you are making. To transform the Jamaica Constabulary Force from good to evil. And so then these police officers can, you know, do their extrajudiciary killing, you know, as they have a mind. Because now your administration had given them license to kill, obviously. So when you look at your behavior, right? Remember, you know, as it relates to the corruption index, the GLP known for indiscipline. In 2009, under Bruce Golding-led administration, what happened with the corruption index? It fell the lowest. Go back and do your history, Andrew Holness. Under a Bruce Golding-led government. Right? And so then you have to understand that every record as it relates to corruption, you understand, print out on the GLP face. Every single corruption, right? Just sprinkle on the Jamaica Labour Party administration. Now, you came through, right? You are the worst of them all. The worst of them all. So when you come out, Andrew Holness, and said you spend billions of dollars spent on healthcare, let me ask you a question, Andrew Holness. Healthcare alone, the Ministry of Health, $700 billion unaccounted for. And yet, you spend billions on healthcare. So let me ask you a question, Andrew Holness. If you spend billions on healthcare, where are the hospital beds? But the hospital bed them there. Me not try to speak properly now, you know. But the hospital bed them there, me want Jamaica to understand me. You spend billions of dollars you spend for healthcare. No hospital bed, limited hospital bed, simpler stylic tissues. The people them can't get for use in the hospital. Right? The ventilation system dilapidated. And yet, Andrew Holness, you spend billions of dollars. Billions you spend. So then if you spend billions, also many hospitals not having adequate beds, not having the necessary equipment. Someone asked you, Andrew Holness, where the $1 billion them there? Where it is? Where it is?
No, me answer to him. Ask him, I want you to read something. Because Andrew, I wear the Titans, and meanwhile, Byron, I do that, you know, so I drop some things for clamor you. I'm going to show you something now. I'm show you the PMP. You just said PMP difference between PMP and JLP. I'm going to bring up the mayor from Lucy right now. Why you read this?
Yes.
Why you read this, Byron? And like, when I read this to the people, them look on this now. Look on them charge and look on the money. Them fair, you know, but I'm going to show you how them deal with corruption, and you never hear the government at the day. So nothing about this. Look on this. Let me see it bring up. Come up. All right.
Yeah.
When you can't see it good, look, when you just looking at people.
Yes.
All right. You can't see it?
Yeah,
you want to read it? Who want to read it? Farmer may have showing it out in misconduct.
Right. It says Farmer Mayor Lucy, Shernet Arton, freed in misconduct court case.
What on there? Them just black artists. Want to see? Let me just put it back. Because them will tell you misconduct and them tell you why them free are up, right? So I can put back this and make on see it. Let me see what I want to let me just take out this. All right. See it now. See if them have a black on it. Be advertisement and be a thing, so them have something on it. We just see why them three are up, you know. Story, all right. Let me see if I have it. May I tell you, when you read this, at 3.7 million in a brother.
Yes.
Let me go back on it, and then one time let me go back on it and get it up, because it's unbelievable.
Exactly.
I'm going to show you on it. I'm going to show you the difference. In my billions now, 100 millions, it's at 3.7 million. Yes. And then and them free the judge saying I have nothing to answer to. Want to read it. When them charge the contractor general, me never hear the PMP run out and black and say nothing. Them go with it. and pay people power and should us free. I'll find it and put it up back.
Exactly. So this is what we are asking the Andrew Holness administration. The billions of dollars that you spend, right? It just needs to be audited. So then if you spend, say for example, that you said you spend just for simple understanding, you understand, so that everyone can understand. Say you spend $100 in totality, right? For the healthcare. So then we want to go through, you understand, in terms of all the details, Prime Minister. This is what we want you to do when you're coming out and you're talking about billion spend. Let me teach you what we want you to do and what the Jamaican people want you to do. The people want to show, the people want to know that, okay, if I said $100 spend, okay, $10 by, right, X amount of bed, $10 by whatever machine and all the equipment that you say you buy. And so then when we look on the total expenditure, right, we will see the following items as it relates to the appropriate pricing for these items, right? And there is no variances. So then now, Andrew Holness, when you come out and you say you spend $100 per healthcare, and you just start that out of your mouth, and when the people want to check, the people them can't find no bed where you buy, right? The people them can't find no equipment that you purchase, right? The hospital dilapidated. The amount of money where you spend to say you are fixed, you understand? Them can't see any form of record of it. So what I'm saying to you, Andrew Holness, when you're coming out and you say that you spend billions, what people want your government to do, you understand, is for you to run an audit and show us. Show us the billions that spent. That is what Jamaican people want to know. Want to know. You understand? And I better say, let me tell you something. Lonesome.
Yes.
Right. If Jamaican people start to ask Andrew Holness for audit of all of what he spent, I am going to tell the Jamaican people he's going to silence him now, but talk about him spending anything again.
But he must have audit. He must have to.
He's not going to say he's spending anything again. He go silent. He want the argument dead. Because really and truly, if an audit done, you're going to find huge variances. And this is one of the things as it relates to Pamela Monroe. That's what Pamela Monroe found. When Pamela Monroe came out and said $1.7 trillion unaccounted for, right? She's speaking as it relates to what was being audited.
Yes.
And those are the variances. 1.7 trillion. So when Andrew Holness run out and I talk about railway, blah, 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 you understand? But the money there. But the money there. $1.7 trillion, right? Unaccounted for. Simple means, right, that the auditing procedures cannot account for the $1.7 trillion. So then you have a problem.
Big one.
You have a problem.
All right, see if we can run off this before the answers them come up again. All see that?
Yeah.
All right.
Someone here walks free.
Come up now.
Yes. Lucy Hanover former mayor of Lucy, Charlotte Arton, was freed of charges brought against her in relation to misconduct in a public office and breaches of the public sector procurement regulations of 2008 when she appeared in Hanover Parish Court on Tuesday. The charges were made following a report by the Office of the Contractor General that was submitted to Parliament in March 2015.
What's the time?
Yes. Exactly. In the report, Harton was accused of nepotism and criminal offences in Hanover Parish Council, now Hanover Municipal Corporation, award of 22 contracts with a cumulative value of 3.7 million.
22, you know. And yes, they combined for the under 3.7. Me not talk 800 million. Yes. 3.7 million.
Yeah. After 22 contracts in totality, 3.7 million to her relatives and affiliates. Okay. And the attorney, Delford Morgan, said his client was freed on a non-case submission presented by the defense to the court, who argued that the Crown did not make out a prima facie case against her. Right? Morgan said the evidence presented at trial by the Crown was insufficient to ground the charges against her. A committal hearing in the case began in May 2016 in the Hanover Parish Court, where Arden pleaded not guilty. The case later went on trial in the same court on October 23, 2018, and following the trial, Arden was freed. The prosecution had called several witnesses, including auditors, the chief engineer of Hanover Municipal Corporation, and admitted into evidence recorded interviews of Arden and others by the Contractor General. Senior Parish Judge of Hanover, Sharon Barnes, reportedly stated that what came before me was insufficient to call on Miss Arden to state her defense. Yeah, the trial went as expected for the defense. That is to say, we were always hopeful to expect and expectant that the outcome would be as it is. That is to say, there was really no case to answer, said Morgan during an interview with the Jamaica Observer Wednesday. Morgan, who is a former mayor of Savanamar, said information revealed in the OCG's report is something that transpires daily in politics, and in that what took place does not constitute a criminal offense. Recommending a person for a contract, whether that person is your relative, political affiliate, or stranger, doesn't constitute a criminal offense. Certainly.
So if you recommend somebody, remember, 22 contract. I mean, I show you them deal with the PMP different, and yes, still them run out different from the labor right. 22 contract breakdown, and it add total 3.7 million. And I say, okay, our uncle get the contract out of this, and this, maybe you get 100,000 contract on this, and yes, still she nearly go to prison. Them did I try to send her go to prison for this. The PMP in a power, them not say nothing about it. But now, Andrew Holness and him friend them, like the one who give the $2.8 billion, the one where they have the phone thing there, right? Neil, Zane, and him take 600 million. I know them not get back the money, him seal it.
Yeah.
From the NHT, tell you, oh, them get back the money. He might give back 20 million after around 5 years. Like a man just take over 600 million and give and turn it over. He not give back no house or nothing. I'm friend, I'm build the house them down in an Andrew constituency, Them one the Remember, that man is not a clean man here. That man not clean. Go ask him and make him money. So I see them run out by Isaac. Go ask him and make him money. Because we have peer people around them, The eagle around them, See? We know what him do. We know him making money. You understand? So these are the things I show you. These are just 3-point ad. And it show you where she go through. And then them now have nothing. So if you recommend somebody, you can go to prison for all that and you say you're corrupted. You see the difference?
Yes.
But I'm not play by them ruler because them enrich themselves, brother. Them enrich themselves. Them not go through the all no real greed have 50 million, not 3.7. And I know him not face where she face. I know, I remember him use the woman name, him use the driver name. We know so them chop the money. That and I recommend and you get a contract and do the work, What them I say, you shouldn't recommend your uncle or your friend. That is nepotism. But look what Andrew there. Him and the one of them around him.
Exactly.
Oh, brother. Or if you have two different lads for the party then.
It's just
chop the money. And not now 200 and him criminal then.
Well. And you see, I'm glad you show that example as it relates to that person who affiliated with the People's National Party, and to show you the strain that she had gone through as it relates to, what they call corruption. But here you have Andrew Holness, right? having $470 million, right, running through various accounts, right? And where is statutory declaration is saying one thing, while him have $400 million running through various accounts. This is madness. Now, if this is what we're talking about in terms of true democracy, Andrew Holness would have gone to prison.
Long time.
Not true democracy, right? This man, look here, it is surprising to me. To be honest,
she'd have stepped down. Oh, him stay.
It is surprising to me that Andrew Holness still, you understand, speaking on behalf of the politics of Jamaica. It's surprising because knowing to what the Integrity Commission had established, if this was a true democracy, people, true democracy, Andrew Holness would have to step aside and anticipate investigation, you understand, to proceed. Right? And of course, based on what we have seen in terms of the evidence, right? You have a situation where you have SSL sending $143,000 to Andrew account in NCB that Andrew used $0, right, to open. I mean, this is madness. This is clear corruption. Clear corruption. How can Andrew Holness justify this? Right? Big it up there.
Yeah, right away.
Now watch this.
Well, set him up there. Well, set him up for big it up more.
Yes, set him up and big him up. We can show the people them what are going. We have to put this man in the spotlight. Right? Because this is crazy. Crazy. Yeah. So look at the people. Let us look at that.
Look at the deposit, the people.
All right.
You ever see at the NCB? Look at the deposit there. The first deposit. Look at it.
Yeah.
Right, sir.
So you have 145,784,606.44, right? Estate Bridge. NCB 20, right? So that was deposit in Andrew Holness account, right? Also, there was a withdrawal of $20,766,000, right? Now,
look at the premium. Wait,
Imperium.
Yeah. So this is what look at the money. Look at the deposit here. What they say?
$148,928,947.68.
Oh, Andrew make them deposit where the money come from. How much him withdraw? 150 million. Oh, Andrew do this in the name Imperium. Well, Imperium, remember, is a holding company, right?
Crazy.
Oh, him do this.
All right. But
that, like, he can't be a prime minister. Me said 3.7 million 22 contract.
Yes, but what I'm not. Wayne, what is? Look at the total, Wayne. What more you pay attention to?
Look on this, $473 million deposit. And look what them draw, 427 million. All them get to draw this money, them deposit and draw. And look on the positive media. Positive media, 51 million. Remember, the media company, where get the money from? Him not do nothing. Him not him just do it in the time when him do it, him just open it and put the money, you know. So now like you around there shoot music video, do nothing, you know. Where him get this money from? Listen, this is a bogus piece of shit. Come, listen. Him tell us a positive media, brother. Him tell we it's a positive media, right? Positive media after him deal with him, the Prime Minister. You know, when him say the Prime Minister image hour. And say him are the client, him are one client. Oh, positive media run 50 million to it, brother. Remember, even when you have video company where shoot video, you don't make them money, brother. Not so easy. You just open it in a pandemic when the world place shut down. Oh, you make this where the money come from run through it, brother. It's impossible. If you make it one money, so you don't have customer. But remember, say the world place shut down. Remember, say up to the hotel them shut down 2020, you know. Look on the time. Let me see when I do the see there from 2020 to 2023. Places are walking back. Look on the money. Look on the money where I run through it. Eh? You have put them I draw 68 million from it. Where the money come from, Byron?
Well, you what now? If you talk about 2020, so when you look at 2020 and 2021, is the height of the pandemic period, you know?
Yes, and 22 too.
And 22.
Yes, I don't before that 23.
Yeah, the height of the pandemic period.
Yes.
And where you have, you know, several institutions, right, not able to show any profit because of the pandemic.
Yes.
Because of course, it affected, you understand, most businesses, right, worldwide. Andrew Holness, whatever business he might do, profit, he might make profit, but when you look at the total, $473 million, $161, right, $1,445.37. What more you get to bring up the Prime Minister statutory declaration for 2020? I'm going to show you something. I want to show the people them something. Because remember, you know, 473 million, you understand, him have the run between 2020 and 2023, you know. So bring up the Prime Minister statutory declaration.
Look at the man, look at 1,000 withdrawal.
1,607 withdrawals.
Look on this. And look on this again. You know, and see the deposit. And this no man. Deposit and withdrawal. This a joke. This a joke. And this young miss, them that want to push her through for 3,500. Remember, and a thief, some money thief, you know. They must say, hey, and nepotism. Your uncle get job. Him shouldn't get the job, alone him can't do the job, you know. Or your friend, you can't recommend him. So a corruption that. But Andrew can't do anything. Eh? So, anything. Let me drop this, Byron.
Yeah. $473 million. Now come mark that. $473 million. Prime Minister have.
Man, I put some big money in a draw, some big money. It's unbelievable. Subsidy report. All right, let me see this now. You want to play him statutory declaration? You want the one where
no, in statutory declaration 2020, the one I'm sending you.
Yeah, let me just put it there. Put up one here. So this a joke. Let me a joke. This a open. All right, it's open now.
This is a big joke.
I'm running on the page fast.
Yeah.
Hold on. So I'm going to on the page. All right, let me tell you the page I'm going to go down to.
Check the 2020. 2020.
All right. I'm going to just open it and then attach. All right, good. All right, let me just sync up this right now. All right, this the man is dangerous, you know. Them dangerous, you know.
So,
them are getting too much into, you know.
I want to know how the Prime Minister is going to explain this. All right. So we are not even going to go under the we just want to get to the Prime Minister total assets for 2020, right? Mm-hmm. As it relates to his income, assets, and liabilities. So go to the end of asset. Under assets, you will see the total assets. Okay, yeah, right there, so. So if you look under the asset line, you will see total assets, $172 million. Yes, then Wayne, this is a question I ask. Slide.
I remember knowing about one.
Liability.
You say liability, yeah?
Yeah.
15 point that. So you have to move the liability in total asset, right?
Yeah. Right. But we are not going to do any form of calculation as it relates to the total liabilities and.
All right. Just the asset. All right, got you.
We just deal with assets.
Yes.
So when we talk about total assets, $172 million, right? Remember, say I'm 2020 statutory declaration this, you know.
Yes.
Then if I'm 2020 statutory declaration this, you know, between the period 2020 to 2023, if they have 470 million, they run through how much companies?
Yeah. So where we get the money there from? Or this.
So why it never reflect on this?
Yes.
Why never reflect on the 2020 statutory declaration?
But hear this. Look, I have total income now. In total income, can I tell you one bring in other income? It will show him when get plus other money.
Yeah.
And in total income, I just 19
million.
How we reach some money there?
Okay. All right. So if in total income.
Total,
right?
I mean, from rent, from business, from the same thing we just created in 2020.
Exactly. That's why
the money. Yeah. So we have 140 million or 50 million are dropping it and all kind of money are dropping it.
Yes. So if in total income, because this is where I'm telling lie again, you know.
Yeah.
Total income, which is 19 million and had right in 2020.
Not 200 million, you know.
Yes, yeah. Oh, 2021. Oh, in 2020 to 2023, it have over 470 million. Ungenerate that. What? Well, you have him total income here, so in 2020, I show you say him only possess 19,441,000. How you explain that?
How you explain this?
How you explain that? You tell me when. No,
I don't know, I have to go out because I crunch numbers and I can't explain it to you. Hold
on.
I try to let you know it. Because Byron asked me a question, I don't understand how you explain this.
Yes.
Yeah, because, you know, crunch numbers and I don't see how I can't explain it. I can't let you go honest.
You know, see a straight prisoner.
Let me show the people them the
twelve. Yes, sir. A straight prisoner man gone.
Yes.
Line.
See there?
Well, everything point to that, you know.
The man total income for 2020, you understand, is 19,441,000. Then
and 20 million.
Yes. So we could go back to the 470 million that the run in him account them between the same 2020 to 2023, 470 million. How you explain that?
I'm explain it. I don't know.
How you explain that? Right? So you're going to tell me, then, all right, in 2020, the Prime Minister total income, right, is 19 something million dollars. Right? Now that it say, weird?
Yes, 19 and under 20 million.
Yes. So in 2020, the Prime Minister total income line under $20 million. But yet, in the same 2020 to 2023, we see 470 million. They run through Estate Bridge, Positive Media, and Instagram.
Yeah.
You understand? So then what are they? I want to know. You understand? The Prime Minister gone to prison.
Let me ask you again.
The Prime Minister is going to explain that.
Let me ask you again. If him I'm one client for Positive Media, how he make money in the pandemic? We just want to know because it now have no big thing I do. I know the place locked down, people pay 200,000 for mask. Or it around 50 million in night one time and then money 60 that draw 60.
What make the money there?
Me don't want to know because I do music videos and them thing. Remember me edit and shoot music video and them thing there, you know. So me want to know. Remember me run company, you know, man. I want to know how he make the money when the place locked down. When nothing now work, everything locked down. The world locked down. How he make money, brother? How he make the money? And then how is it that first global name I call up, which
but like, this is a big deal now. The Prime Minister, after the Prime Minister now can't explain this now. The Prime Minister now, they go to the court. They ask the court, you understand, to kick out the Corruption Act. Yo, this is a joke. The Prime Minister now, they seek judicial review. They seek judicial review. You understand? So the Integrity Commission embarrass him. Like seriously. No. Hold on. Is this a real place? I want to know. Is this a real place? The Prime Minister sick out time head. Trust me. The Prime Minister sick out time head. The Prime Minister seeking judicial review now to kick out the entire Corruption Act because the Prime Minister cannot explain, you understand, the illicit enrichment. He can't explain it. This is madness. Madness.
There is a reason why the Prime Minister cannot explain, because, I mean, everything started around about 2008. And he had this long, extended period where everything was not being done according to check and balance.
Yes.
So, that give him enormous amount of time to build upon the corruption that him, created. And so, to speak, he was having a whale of a time, getting away with crime.
Yeah.
So when it dawned upon him, we were not prepared. Because it's like, when you have a free reign, you say, well, yes, this is the norm. This is going to continue on this merry path. So they catch him off guard, It was caught off guard.
Like, what I wonder? What I wonder? I wonder if Wayne can get Andrew Holness to give you an interview on the Titans.
No, come on.
Come.
At the Titans, this. I don't know what to Andrew. But you make up a face.
Because if you come around here, say I'm going to grill. Properly grill. You understand?
Huh?
But,
I don't like him come. Remember the Stampede, say like you go a big mama with arms house. Yeah, so we deal with, no tabloid around here. We just ask some question. You're brave enough, make sure, send one of them call me and make sure you find yourself over yourself. Come here.
The Prime Minister should have come to the Titan and try to defend himself.
Now, we know, say, hey, you're guilty of all charges. We give you the whole platform to come in front of the Titan, come deal with it.
Send out
evidence,
send out an invitation to him.
Remember, say Andrew Holness is a man with lack composure, Him is a thin-skinned individual, so him lack composure. So if him come around here say, it's right away what going to happen, him going to start sweat and feel uncomfortable, so him not going to come. But when you look on the whole landscape of Jamaica and how it been shaped over the last, decade or so, it shows you where a lot of things has gone, in a direction where we can't follow it. Because even looking at that video, with the police woman and her behavior towards the general public, who she's employed to serve, protect, and to reassure them. You find out that she was using a lot of expletive words, and she was assaulting people at the same time and also being abusive with threats. But she has not been charged, not to our knowledge. She has not been taken off frontline duty, not to our knowledge, and she has not been investigated, not to our knowledge. But we have seen where the common citizen have been threatened with high fines for using derogative language when accosted by a policeman. So when you have a society that is built one way for the elites and the next way for the unfortunate, we'll have all these type of things. Because Andrew Holness, as we all said on many occasions, he has given the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the Jamaica Defense Force personnel, too many powers. And they abuse it because he have to give them the power, because he knows that he's in a lot of wrong. So what he does, he create more wrongs circle around him, corrupted circles. All the policemen and women, they know, and they act upon, what's been offered to them on the table. Why you think the police them is not fighting for what Ron James is fighting for them for. They threw him under the bus when this man is asking for more money for them that been owed to them by the government. They say, well, look, where the government do, we are drop money to where the loophole where the government give it. We can make 10 times more than the amount where him more we. So this is how Jamaica been running under the Andrew Holness-led government. And the secrecy that them sworn to. It is plain and obvious, it's no secret. Because if these policemen and women know that they have repercussion to face, they would never act the way they act. Or you go and come out and in front of school kids, you go and use all type of nasty language and you're pointing at people's face and you're threatening. You know I will kill you. What give you the power to do that and you're a little piece of shit, woman? Fucking piece of shit. In a taxpayer's uniform. I disrespect taxpayers. I will take away that gun from you, you get back still a week, because you're not nobody. But you just have the gun in your hand and go to this enormous amount of power. You're not garbage. Policeman like you to find yourself down a Riverton City dump. We don't want to in our society. So now lawmaker. You're not a piece of fucking shit. That's all I can determine it to be. How a woman supposed to behave like that, brother? When you serve the public at large, she can only behave like that because she know they have the backing of the hierarchies. And this is what has destroyed Jamaica. So that's why the country becomes a lawless institution. One that prides itself on corruption and theft. So we're going to have this problem until we have measures put in place where no one is bigger than the law and everyone is held accountable to the law. Then we'll ever be in the predicament that we are in. The Prime Minister break all the laws them. And people within society know about the law that the Prime Minister has broken. And so they follow suit. What do you expect? You have to put the butter upon the bread. So Jamaica have to get rid of a corrupted leadership in order to find prosperity where the country can restore back to its former glory days. Until you get rid of the Jamaica Labour Party and its serving member, we'll ever see Jamaica crumbling. Remember, everything is being chopped, you know. All the budget that them make the speech about and the amount of money where them allocated, where them set to the various ministry. As Byron said, if we do check and balance, we find out say nothing no go so a PR. That's why you can see the vast disparity in Andrew Holness money as it relates from the 19,400,000 to this vast amount of money. All of a sudden just pop up in a period of time when there was no form of trade between countries and countries in this world because everywhere was under this pandemic. But this one third world leader can find himself a growth in a period of time when every country shut down and every economy almost collapsed. Him a grow. Because it is no secret that all the grants that came to Jamaica, Andrew Holness pocketed, majority of it. Him just exhibit a little bit amount and make some PR through Big Mama radio station because I don't know if a prime minister can have him on radio station. Nationwide belongs to Andrew Holness. That's why Nancy thinking that the Big Mama can hold 60 million and still operate and operate without any fear. Because nobody now running upon him. We are the tax administrator. We're going and close down this piece of shit crap radio station where Andrew Holness and big thinking nasty big mama run. Nobody enough to listen to that because we already have the two premier radio stations, Radio Jamaica and JBC, where them upgrade to one now, TVJ, something like that. You understand? But then there are the two primary radio stations. And we don't say in a democratic society, you can have a wider range of listenership for the people. But it has to be transparent. It can't be a propaganda platform, for Christ's sake. Because propaganda breeds corruption as well. So this radio station and Andrew Holness need for, yeah, what, man? I'm mad, them want to get me mad enough. That will tear down. It is causing Jamaica more harm than good nationwide. Because remember, you know, the free-to-air service like GIS, you know, what them do with that? Them kill GIS. For what? What is the reason for killing GIS? In order for enable a piece of shit like Big Mama to survive? Eh? It cannot be. Andrew Holness need to be held accountable for all these stupendous mishap that going on in Jamaica. Because all of it is just because of pure greed and corruption. Them have Big Mama radio station. And in so doing, a lot of the other radio station them start to follow suit, you know. Because when you realize that Big Mama and them have the whole of the food, them, you know. And him just sit down in them chair as well, bigger and bigger and look ugly and rusty and crufty. What do you think them are going to do? Them have to join and follow suit. So that's why we never get none good media presentation from the radio station them in Jamaica as it relates to the media house them. Everybody follow this piece of thinking shit in front of it. You understand? It's a pit toilet. This me I look on, you know. Big old nasty pit toilet. Them man you do more harm than good to Jamaica. Because when you suppress the role of media in your country and make it become a one-sided affair thing, where all you do, you speak highly about one party and attack the next party. There is no transparency anymore. And Andrew Holness was benefiting from all these little mechanisms that he put in place. And it goes a long way back from him was the Minister of Education under the previous Prime Minister. Andrew Holness don't just start practice where I'm going with the other day, you know. And from way up in the early 2000s, I deal with it like this. But we are just seeing now the corruption because them tell you, you know, the cream will always rise to the top, you know. So the cream now rise and we see it all. You understand? Because when a man develop a certain level of confidence within them dirty work when I'm doing, he expose himself. And that's what Andrew Holness did in the pandemic. Decide to go to work. Not knowing that eventually, the higher the monkey climb, and the easier I'm start exposed to it. So we start seeing that the whole Andrew Holness belly now, oh, it big and fat and swell and look like a tiger cat when me I watch my animal adventure where I go have 29 cub. You understand? Belly swell big with money. A little man where is a product from the ghetto. You run past all them big dinners and geddies. The Matalan, then you gone round them, you gone round the Ashanine. You gone round the Dabdu. Would all I run past all the Azan them too? We don't know. But this man rise and put himself on a pedestal, you know. Where, remember him a shine, you know. Like a light post on a, you know them, when you go see, And you see them tow out in the ocean to guide you through certain channel. I saw Andrew shine, you know. Just look on the Bengali House investment. And just look, say, you know, see it rise above everything up there. Because the man full of arrogance. And I remember I would have to do it that way because the money were thief. Nobody never thief them the amount of money in Jamaica. Andrew Holness are the biggest criminal in Jamaica. Nobody not thief the amount of money where Andrew Holness take. There's no 2 ways about it. You tell me one robbery that have the amount of money where Andrew Holness robbed from Jamaica. Not even when them rob the brings them a day. This man, you know, dangerous more than all the world-renowned robbers like Al Capone and Jack the Ripper and all them, man, you know. You put Al Capone and Jack the Ripper, them not, Andrew run past them same way, you know. Andrew run past them. And he's a demon in a Jamaican people life. And come and run around the place like so. Well then, you know, him had this clean prime minister. I see an interview being conducted with him. And the interviewer asked him, and him said, tax is a distortion. But him tax the people in our country. But to him, tax is a distortion. Him not like to pay tax. So that's why him have admit in a St. Lucia. That was the reason, oh, it's an holding company, and because, you know, a lot of people do it. You know, there's no way of getting around tax. But if you don't set an example, if you are not the trendsetter for tax in your country as the leader of the country, what do you expect other people to do?
But we don't know tax about them. I mean, a tax a little bit of thing. You chop $500 million.
We know that.
Yes, and the tax about them. And
we know that. But the interviewer was asking him based on her assumption.
Yes.
You know, by that, but we know it's not that.
Yeah, because we know the money will not chop. Sit down, man. No. Where you get the $500 million from? Where it come?
Well, we will come to that.
Yeah, no, where it come from. Like, you know where it come from? Byron, you know where it come from?
No, we can't see it. But if you ask people like the liar, Bailey will tell you where it come from, because I know everything, you know. Because he was a mastermind and orchestrate this, this thing, yeah. Because he was also interviewed, you know.
Yeah.
Because when I look, I say Andrew Holness for Jamaica taxpayers, you know, 400,000, you know, for 3 property, you know. 400,000 to do in a tax. And them call the land, the tax office and get the information, and it come up say yes. Him know that. So this man has been a demon in a Jamaican society. Him not no good. In him. I do a video one time, you know. And I asked Jah why him make Andrew Holness ban. Him should never ban. But you know, Jah, sometime when him do things, you know, him never know it would have turned out so. Andrew Holness shouldn't ban. Him should have died in child's birth, and I make no apology when I say that. Because this man destroyed Jamaica to a level where we have never seen before. People talk about Edward Seaga. Edward Seaga can't come close to Andrew Holness. Tell me, I tell you no. This man have everything underneath him put a trample pan. When rob. You understand? Because it him not working. You know. This prime minister has been a failure.
Yeah.
He has never worked to benefit our
PR. Ribbon after ribbon. You understand? Yeah. So when you look on a piece of garbage prime minister like Andrew Holness, who has destroyed Jamaica and destroyed Jamaicans' life, we see the need for him to go on because time come.
So nasty, thinking, dirty, swarty big mama. We stinker than a pit toilet we are run out by Isat. Because Isat know them threat, you know. No, Isat alone are on the threat. The whole Jamaican electorate are on the threat. Because remember me telling you now, wipe out, you not get wipe out this time, yeah. Me no say, you not get a damage where you can't rebound from. Not in my time on earth. You can't come when me gone. And me I go there for a long time to say you know long. You can't come back from this, you know. This is a knockdown when the referee count 10 and still they have no one there. Much less to get back half I can, boss. A serious time this. At the first, me see my people mobilize themselves and equip themselves to go to war. And we not talk about no war with no gun or nothing. War with the ballot paper. I rip through all the bell them and slant it over with the head there. No joke business. Because I know my people are passionate just like me. Because we no fool. Jamaica no fool, you know. Jamaica don't go too slow for learn. But you see, anytime them learn, my brother, you can't go around them again, you know. So all who want to take Jamaican as fool, continue, man.
Me give you something there, because I see the clock around. Me give you something with you. I bring it out to you and Baron now. With let me just give two things for you to continue upon. Now here's where the PSO say first, and then I finger out Big Mama. Make you just wanna finish this trial. I come there and just go and chill. Big Mama, are we the Titan? You know, hey, watch this. Are we the Titan? Hear this first.
Former Education Minister Ruel Reid and former Caribbean Maritime University President Fritz Pinnock, along with their 3 co-accused, are to return to the Kingston St. Andrew Parish Court on June 12, pending the outcome of a judicial review. A new judicial review of the case, which was heard in February before a single judge, has been set for May 7 to 8 to be heard before a panel of 3 judges. The Supreme Court is to review a ruling that Mr. Reid and his co-accused have a case to answer over their alleged corruption actions. Chief Parish Judge Chester Crooks had ruled last February that the accused who are implicated in a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme had a case to answer. The judge's ruling was in response to a preliminary objection raised by Mr. Reid and Mr. Pinnock on the basis that the charges against them should be nullified, as the Financial Investigations Division, which leveled the charges, had no authority in law to arrest or charge them.
Stop it, Fico. Come on, make on the master. But I'm stop it, Nico. You hear what I'm saying? The the Fed, no have no power jurisdiction to charge them. Not for say them not take the money, them not thief it, you know. Them shouldn't charge them. So if you nullify it. You hear for them argument? Continue.
Mr. Reid and Mr. Pinnock took issue with the decision after Justice Crooks declared that he was recusing himself from the trial because of a perceived conflict of interest and sought a judicial review. It was later revealed that the conflict was in relation to the judge's attendance at Monroe College while Mr. Reid was head boy. For a second consecutive day, workers at the Uwerton operations of
not giving us any more money. So why from government? If the government
locally regarding the standard of living of Jamaica.
Hear this, people. Hear this.
The private sector organization.
Hear this.
Economy alone. That's the view of President of the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, Metri Siaga. He says Jamaica has to comply with global financial regulations to sustain its economy.
Concern has heightened locally regarding the standard of living of Jamaicans. It comes as cases of financial terrorism and money laundering continue to grip the society. The illicit activities jeopardize the country's future with international business. But President of the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, PSOJ, Metri Siaga, believes that there has to be some international help to have any sustainable growth in the economy.
You know what I'm saying? International help. But Andrew tell us the place good. Let me continue. Just take note.
Last week, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Senator Kamina Johnson-Smith, during the debate in the Senate on the Companies Amendment Act 2023, said the act addresses 3 of the 4 outstanding steps agreed in Jamaica's action plan with the Financial Action Task Force for the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating the Financing of Terrorism framework. Mr. Siaga says business has to be done with other countries that use the task force's ratings as a benchmark to determine if they do business with a country or not. He is adamant that the country cannot rely on doing business within the confines of the island and expect the economy to grow.
If we don't build a good platform, a good base from which we can do business, we can't do business internationally. And listen, I think it's important to note that the Minister of Industry, Investment and Commerce keeps saying it, and I agree with him 100%. We can't do business with the 3 million people that are here and expect, and there are 3 million relatively poor people, we cannot expect to grow our economy with that. We have to spread our wings and look outside.
The PSOJ president maintains that it is the achievement of economic growth through business with international partners that will in turn improve the standard of living.
Until we do that, we can't grow our economy. And if we don't grow our economy, we can't pay our nurses better, we can't pay our teachers better, we can't get more police in the system and pay them better. So without these things, without growing our economy, we are not going to be a wealthy country, which is what we need to be.
Al Shane Burke reporting for TVJ.
Yeah, Andrew, me just play them back for you, know. Yeah, again. One more again.
Another election promise, reducing crime so that you can sleep at night with your windows open. Why make comments, just for the sake of running your mouth if you're not going to do anything about it?
As for the National Security Minister,
I want to see my talk about, Think say run off your mouth. That's how we own it to a win bag. Win bag. And the private sector that me just play. Yeah, you hear them too, the one me just play, make you hear?
Yeah, man.
Take a run off your mouth and sleep with the window and door up. Remember people, they can't take no more promise from this guy. Man, the worst thing. Remember play the Big Mama thing where I run out for Isat. Now play the next one. The whole full clip, I can play now, but I play part type, make you hear this. And then when I run out pan him, same time. Hear this now.
Criminal, Isat Buchanan, for drugs, twice convicted. Yes?
Yeah.
And the PNP presented him in Portland on the weekend. Yes? And the PNP leader sought to justify it. Tell me, is it now okay for the PNP and the JLP to put up as parliamentary candidates former criminals, convicted criminals? Is that now okay?
It certainly isn't okay, Cliff, and I'll tell you why. When you have matters before you, you have to consider context and what the nature of a particular scenario is. In Mr. Buchanan's case, what we have seen is a classical case of the PNP prioritizing its political expediency, doing what is politically expedient in the moment, as opposed to what is principled. Because some years ago, we have a gentleman called Peter Blake. He defeated Damian Crawford in the East Rural St. Andrew primary and should have faced the starters. But the PNP had what it calls an internal integrity commission, and it came down in terms of finding adversely against Peter Blake, and so he didn't face the starters in East Rural St. Andrew. Instead, Imani Duncan Price did. And what we're seeing is that the Integrity Commission that the PNP has often, boasted about, it is apparently in, dormant or somehow in abeyance, because, Isat Buchanan would have erred in terms of his two drug, related offenses of the past.
Yeah, well, they make the dirty thinking Big Mama pick up. Him a criminal too. Listen, if him living at the state right now, IRS, him gone to prison for a long time, Them shut down this long time. Him a criminal, Sit down around here, sir, All right, continue. And they get that serious too, I make them all Al Capone and send him go to prison, They couldn't hold him for nothing else but the tax evasion. Yeah? All right. Continue.
Doesn't end here. In 2018, I think, Isat Buchanan caused the Custos Rotolorum of Kingston, Stedman Fuller at the time, to have been misled in his application to seek to be commissioned as a justice.
They talk about seek commission just as the piece of man a liar. Yeah, you know.
He misled in his application.
You might talk about application when Andrew Holness get 20 over 21 million from SSL. And him tell people him don't know where going. Andrew Holness will tell lie, you know, the whole of them run jail PRP lie at them, you know. You might talk about Isat misled application. All this a dirty thinking one here. Dirty thinking, big mama. When talk about Granny Subaru when they shoot up here, this a dirty nasty piece of shit here. Remember him lie, hey, let me tell you, some nastiness them in people. Continue.
Basically indicating he withheld information about his previous run-ins with the law. And subsequent to that as well, Isat Buchanan had some very disparaging and rude comments that he leveled at the then DPP.
Yeah, he have some then disparaging and big dirty thinking, what's his name? Santa. Track 5. Bob Wood comment, what kind of comment the man a song a play and him can't say something? You saw them stink? Continue.
Paula Llewellyn. And so what I have advanced several Fridays over on Cliffviews Online with Tyrone Reed is that all of his infractions taken together ought to render Isat.
Yeah, no, infraction. What kind of infraction him have? You saw them stink? Andrew Holness this, the bigger him the worse than Al Capone. Now say Andrew Holness. Continue.
Buchanan as ineligible to serve the people of Portland Eastern as Member of Parliament. But the ball is obviously going to be in their court. They will determine that. And I was making the point to Tyrone as well, that some things are a bridge too far. Because in as much as you wouldn't, Cliff, allow a man who has been charged with molesting an 8-year-old girl. Or
yeah, you know, he's an 8-year-old girl. When them have something named Agintai, 13-year-old girl in trouble. And I know one to put him in trouble. Dan Crawford, them let him go. Dan Query, they let him go. Dan Query, they let him go. The little girl says, she now come. Richard Query go ask him about them kind of little thing too. And ask Queenie and the one of them about the little boys them. The one of ask Big Mama too. Did me tell us them back way, you know? Continue.
Convicted rather of molesting an 8-year-old girl with teaching your granddaughter swimming or gymnastics. Yeah. You wouldn't necessarily want Gina and Panton to be presiding over your investment portfolio.
Yeah, this no. Him all call Gina, that me tell us them big and stink and full of shit. You know, him not say the oligarch, you know, him say Gina and Panton not thief the money, you know. Them can't tell me this, she not thief them money there, you know, she thief both money, you know. She can't do it. She not thief them money there, you know. I remember, you know, this big old piece of shit you see in front of me, him benefit from SSL, the SSL boss, him start blue that pole. Across with them start the pole, the blue that pole with them have. Cross with them fund this piece of shit you too. Yes, you know what to say, I'm going like him not here? This rich out of them. So man shall Big Mama have bold money to him spend piece of it too. It is a piece of shit. Continue.
There are some things based on a person's criminal antecedents. Essentially, it bars them from holding certain offices, and that's why you have.
And the key word there is certain offices. The key term there is certain offices.
It is not.
Because as one who believes in giving people a second chance, yes, but I would imagine the critical term, certain offices. A lot of people.
Yeah, yeah, the certain offices. When this big piece of dirty drunk crowd come out, you're not supposed to run radio. This piece of shit. Him do it with my polling already, you know, about certain offices, you know. You understand, my brother, Mystic, and like,
hey, let me tell you
about the high offices. This a piece of that shit. Yeah?
People are uncomfortable. This is to stand as parliamentarian to make laws. Yeah? Where does it? Where do we draw the line? But then, Marlon, just a moment.
Sure.
The American people just elected Donald Trump.
Who named Donald Trump? Me tell you them who named Donald Trump. Yeah.
Sure.
The American people just elected Donald Trump.
Who named Donald Trump?
In a decisive way, despite his criminal record.
True. There you go. And that is and that's why we are happy that our candidate Anne-Marie Vaz The very affable Anne-Marie Vaz is someone who interfaces with her constituents. She's not necessarily about beautiful speaking, but she knows what it takes to get people to the supermarket, to put water in their pipes, and to get their roads fixed. And that's why she's proudly a part of an administration that through the REACH program and the SPARK program will be fixing even more.
Through the REACH and SPARK program, and I got in place yet. So she get your road fixed, the road not fixed, and she get your supermarket and when, and get pipe in the water in your pipe. Then me could have voted for you put water in my pipe or my for pay for my road. We must fix. She get with the government for come and fix the road. All them at top, hey, them for that shit, you know. At the first we ever see the road somebody, you know. Brothers, hey, me just open the floor again, you know, mash them up, you know.
Let me deal with the big thinking piece of shit house, Big Mama. Yeah, Big Mama, big nasty thinking, Big Mama. When you conduct them interview, you would do where you want to conduct them interview. Make a clarification between Isat and representing the people of East Portland. Learn this. Isat as a juvenile, yeah, do whatever I did, serve him time, serve it well, and come out on the other side with extinction. You understand? But hear this now. When we look on Rural Read, you know, with 55 million our money, we have to educate the young people to uplift the country. Yeah, it's bigger than what Isaac do. But yet still don't have him round on a party. And him still a part of the party. But no see it privy.
One to the Prime Minister.
You understand?
The two answer. One to the Prime Minister where we see my door. Both are answer, you know. Yes.
You understand?
One to Crab. Come see me now.
Crab, the whole of them, man. The whole of them are criminal in the JLP.
One to Dalrymple.
Same thing, because Dalrymple have our property from 40 odd years ago where she not give back the people, you know. And she trade it within for her family, but not for money, just to switch over the documents. Because the money never pass with that. And then she come and she rip off Jamaica taxpayers with a 2015 Mercedes Benz. You understand? Yes. So we see criminal right in front of Big Mama. Big Mama play with the criminal them every day because I'm a part of them. So you say, I sat now where them take and put on them head, where I hurt them head. I sat to clean you to them nasty shit house here. Because I sat as a juvenile. Yeah. You could give him preferential leeway because we make mistake when we're young. But some big old nasty great tone man rob Jamaica education money, rob the country money. Some nasty thinking woman will say them alternate law, rob people property and are serving on the party. But you know, see it as something for an highlight. You understand? But me know if I did fall foul of the law, him couldn't go to Privy Council. Our man that is under investigation has come to you and shouldn't be a representative because it look like him still have a crime on him back. But him can't go to Privy Council. Go mash up for the criminal DPP we want to have. We are back on all the while. Eh? So you go say no him do against Paula Llewellyn. Him should have crushed her. Isaac never do her nothing. Him should have crushed her. Because she deserved to be crushed. Because she had the biggest corrupted law enforcement people we have in our country. Because she was one of the ICE officers in the line of the DPP, you know. But she corrupt it. You understand? I will see her amongst all these high-stake players, them. Yeah? In a club, a dance. You understand? With arts, and she's not supposed to be seen amongst Uno. So
let me ask you something again. Who let go the case them, the one of them case, yeah. Like with the man the other day we build up the place and him supposed to get charged. Who let him go?
The Strike 5 man, the DPP.
And him not say nothing. I know him not born the Prime Minister, not true by right. Him not born the Prime Minister and born nobody. Him not born Him not even talk about bold money neither. Him get piece of bold money, you know. He get
bold money was
a shit. All him do and pick and go like
desert with all of them.
Dirty thinking, mama, you know.
Him get money out of bold money. A whole heap of people nyam food out of bold money. And a joke business. Nigel Clark get out of it too. But the Prime Minister take the biggest cut. That's why we need board to come tell me who really advise him for going at that scheme there, you know. Because we could have opened up some more avenues, you know.
But encourage him to go talk to the international media.
And yes, you understand, because bold, you can't just sit down so, you know, my brother. You can't hear your people speak passionate for you, you know, and support you, you know. But then you just easy back, so. Nah, man. Stand up with the massive man. You can't make the minority rule over you, my brother. But we could move further on back now. Yeah, because we here mention Anne-Marie Vaz. Anne-Marie Falls. She's a Falls representation candidate in a Portland. Because that seat they never come legitimately. We know that seat that becomes available. So now make we open up some kind of worm pound around here. Here? A member will see her behavior. She's a skettle. She's a disgrace to her color skin. Let me tell you about she. Here, you know, see how she act, how she go on. Remember, I see her sit down on a big piece of chocolate too, you know. Okay. Because it look like the master in blue pill them did run out. And true, we have problem with pharmaceutical supply in Jamaica. Look like film them never come. So she have got hold one chocolate wood. You understand? So them down on nobody if you come bring up like you think so you look a PR dirty stinking radar where you have. Can't elevate none of them people. The people them done with them. Because remember them not give water around a Portland and sell it out of them truck. You understand? I remember, you know, which where Portland becomes, it becomes a coke haven. So it's not Portland anymore, it's coke
I'm
land.
not talk about coke now. Listen, when them find up at the airport, where your big mama run out and him leave the one of the coke them with them find. Yeah, man, dwell pan it yet, brother.
No, dwell pan it because him know who it belongs to. Big mama know who it belongs to, you know.
So, like, you know, you're not pan it neither, like.
No.
You know, you're not pan it mistake. Your phone, yes. You know, you're not pan it. No, your phone, your mic, yeah. Unmute the mic there. Yeah. You have to unmute it, mistake. Your mic up on mute.
It unmute.
Yeah,
okay. No, me no hear anything on it.
Remember that is an Osho scheme, you know. Because remember, you know, at that show with the full scale of them operation where them are going, you know. At this some Ian Fleming you could know say cocaine are coming to Jamaica in a vast quantity as it relates to the duffel bag them have been what 1,100 pounds each, you know. You understand? A major transshipment of drugs that. You understand? And I look on a report, you know, from the Iraq is the powers that be, you know. Yeah. And it shows that Jamaica is the only Caribbean island that is involved in this transshipment of cocaine. I read it. There's no more Caribbean island that is involved in this level of cocaine dealership.
We're involved the big boy, them and the politician. And I think it's a little man.
No.
The big boys, them, you know, from PSOJ and the politician. I see them cocaine.
Yeah.
And I get to youth cocaine. So, you know that already to mistake.
Yeah.
You know, get to youth cocaine.
Even when you see the president for the PSOJ come out and attack, that's a PR, Mado. And when you see Mitricia come out and talk about the country can grow up and the population, they look appear, them are doing.
Grow up on the population, foolish is the matter.
Appear
bullshit. So you can tell me, say no, Barbados, where how much people there, but when I look how much people there, Barbados, but it grow.
It grew.
Antigua and one of them places go about 3 million.
Barbados where the size of the parish of St. Anne. But yes. Them are grow.
But it can, yes. And look at chairman. When I have nothing, not even drinking water. Yeah? They have to make it out from out of the seawater. But just still them economy big and stand up more than everyone. Them money every than US too, you know. Eh?
Of course.
Yeah. See, I don't
know. You talk about the 3 million. You know, I'll be a shit them tax, you know. So 3 million people you can't survive without the work. That not go so. If the man them tell us so, hold on, let me just give them this quick. If you have down in the Amazon basin, where you have them people that will live down in this and them survive without the humankind outside, anybody can stay there and survive if you put your hands to the wheel. Yeah? Them people that will live in the forest, eh? Them people that were not used to civilization, don't then survive.
Definitely.
In Brazil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. So if them can survive and think why we can't survive and live without the outside, well, we can. So we now produce a food and water stuff for life, you know. And we have enough tailors and we have enough all kind of thing we could have buy raw material and do like the world and arise. So we now do it. He might chat bullshit. Let me just tell him. All right.
Yes. But like father, like son. Him father was never good for Jamaica, so him cannot be good for Jamaica. I'm a piece of fucking head.
Yeah.
Me Trisiago me attack, you know.
I think I'm family, I don't think I'm father. Family. Yeah.
Okay. Family. Well, same thing. The name ring a bell.
Yeah.
The name not good for Jamaica. So where we are see right you know. Yeah, them come out and them do them PR and feel like say it can, you know, suppress we know as people and we are say, yeah man, you know, see him come to cat. No, you know say nothing because a long time when you talk because all I don't know about the cocaine.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know who it belongs to. Because remember, you know, the ghetto youth running down a circle.
They kill a big man. And we not, nobody knows that.
And them silent on it.
We never know. Nobody say condolences. Come from it, boss. And you see about it, him get gunshot. Nobody now deal with him case. Them never repeat him name. If you don't look up back him name, you don't know him name. And him reach to, you know. But the day them did have him and them say, yo, him now go down with them. Them kill him. When you say a big businessman dead in a Jamaica, and you know you're the prime minister, you're the national security minister of say no stone and turn, and nobody now say nothing to him. What that mean?
Definitely.
Involvement.
But Wayne.
Yes.
You see, you presented 3 issues as it relates to Big Mama. But I'm not going to pay any attention to Big Mama because we know that Big Mama is the political spin doctor, right, for the Andrew Holness administration. And we know that Big Mama, as a result of Big Mama win over 60 million, we know that Big Mama, right, is just working to keep himself afloat and keep himself alive as it relates to not going against Andrew Holness administration. So obviously his hands are tied. So we know where Big Mama lies. But let me touch on what Mitzi Siaga stated. Because what Mitzi Siaga stated is an indictment on Andrew Holness-led administration. Indictment. Because if you go back to the Mitzi Siaga clip, Mitzi Siaga is saying that in order for the country to develop and move forward, then corruption has to cease. That is what Mr. Siaga is saying. So what Mr. Siaga is saying, and this Mr. Siaga is the president of the PSOJ, simply means that the man is admitting admitting that there is apparent corruption as it relates to the Andrew Holness administration.
And the country not growing.
And the country is not growing. All right. So let us
one second, Barry. I just ask you one question. You feel same sincere when I'm statement where I make
no, some part of it, pick up.
Well, all right. You what now? What he said, right, is 100%. You understand an indictment on Andrew Holness led administration.
Yes.
Right? Is telling the Jamaican people that look, you have to accept the reality. Under the current administration and the level of corruption, the country has no future to grow. That is what Mitsisiaga just stated, you know. Based on what
I know him say that, but I know him not mean it, because I know say Jamaican people, most of them are going to see it and it must gone through the next year. Them not really pay attention to these statements. But they are going to make it look like them. I want to rein in the thing and them see the problem I want to fix it. Them boy don't want to fix nothing.
Remember the jokes and everything, you know. So what am I do?
Yeah.
He might have drop, because then they say next thing again, you know, say some of them in the PSO jail. So them, yes.
Yeah. So let me just thin it out, right? As yes. What Mitsisiaga is saying. Mitsisiaga is saying, when we look at our national debt, right? Total debt. Our total debt is $2.3 trillion. Our corruption factor into the $2.3 trillion. $1.7 trillion is unaccounted for. Cannot be accounted for. Now that is serious. Mitsisiaga is also saying that in terms of us to project forward, remember that this current administration, right, has borrowed several loans from the IMF. So remember that. So then, with all the loans, it simply means the difficulty of this administration, right, paying down the debt. We are not talking about servicing the debt, right? Because what Nigel Clark had done, right, is servicing the debt. So people need to understand as it relates to the mechanism being utilized to service the debt. Now, when I look on, let us repeat it now for better understanding. Remember that when Portia Simpson, right, dealing with her budget or her budget size, Portia Simpson budget size was $600 billion, right? And during the period 2012 to 2015, during Portia time, the purchasing power of the minimum wage, which was $6,000,
yes,
right, could buy a lot more things.
Have stronger power than we're going right now. Yes.
Yes. It could buy a lot more things. The $6,000 minimum wage between 2012 to 2015 could buy a lot more things as opposed to Andrew Holness administration increasing the minimum wage from 6,000 to 15,000. Now, the 15,000 doesn't have that purchasing power as what the 5,000, the 6,000 minimum wage has. Why? So let us explain the why. The why is simply, now, Portia Simpson never really have the impact, so much heavy impact as an Andrew Holness administration as it relates to so much austerity measures, right, that triggered inflation. Now, when I talk about fiscal discipline, what does fiscal discipline mean? Now, fiscal discipline means that you are going to reduce on your borrowing and you are going to produce, right? So then if you reduce on your borrowing and you're producing more, it simply means now, since you are producing more, you are able now to export more. And so then, at the end, as it relates to trading deficit between export and import, if you are exporting more than all you import, right, then of course, right, you are going to be winning at the end of the trading deficit. You understand? Because the country is growing. The country is growing. Now, under Andrew Holness administration, right, the country is not growing, right? And so then, how does Andrew Holness administration sort of manipulate within the economic space? This is what they do. So then, the masses of the GLP administration revenues come from tax. I want people to understand that, you know, as what we did play the clip and the Prime Minister explaining.
Yes.
Tax. Now, let us look at the political strategy that Andrew Holness used. Andrew Holness used a political strategy as it relates to, okay, all right, no new taxes. So what Andrew Holness is talking about, no new taxes and direct tax, right? So again, tricking the working class people to say, okay, all right, where you get a little pay or you get a little salary, you understand, I am not taking any money from there, right? Because my administration, right, doesn't increase the tax as it relates to direct tax. So when we talk about direct tax, we are talking about PAY, right? We are talking about NIS. We are talking about education tax, right? You know, pay as you earn, right? Direct tax.
Yeah.
All right. Now, so what Andrew Holness skillfully administration had done was to now aim on indirect tax. You understand? By putting the pressure on indirect tax. So that include now GCT and SCT, what you call special consumption tax.
Right.
So then, when Andrew Holness borrow, right, as the multiple times that they are borrowing from IMF, when you borrow from IMF, your dollar devalue, right? Your dollar devalue because when you pay back IMF, you know, you have to pay back IMF, right, in the international trade currency, which is US dollars. So you have to pay them back in US dollars, right? So then that now bring a pressure in terms of devaluating your dollar. Now, when the dollar devaluate, you understand it simply means that a devaluation in your dollar simply means equal to inflation in the space. You see what I'm saying? So goods, you understand, goods are going to be more expensive and this and that and that and that. You understand my deal? Now, Nigel Clark is what you call a good debt management person. You understand what I say? Because he obeys strict guidelines as it relates to austerity measures. But what Nigel Clark had done wrong, which now affect everything, was the 200 and 300% raise that he had given in the space. So it wiped out some gains. You see what I deal with? So to the fact that wiped out some gains, right? Also, some project that they promise, right, cannot be again delivered because you have a budget shortfall, right? So then the projection of taxes that you should have collected, right, you know, to put into the budget space, right, is not going to happen because of certain shortfall, right? And so then you have a situation where him now, right, cannot able, you understand, to explain to the Jamaican people before he leave, right, how is he going to amend the budget shortfall? You understand? This is Nigel Clark get up and gone and the budget shortfall has not been addressed, right? And so then, since the budget shortfall has not been addressed, it also affected promises that the Prime Minister is pushing out there. So then that's why you find it also have a repercussion, you understand, on those, what you call community bridges, like Troy. So when they come out and promise under the austerity measures and austerity regulations, right? They did not get the money to fix any bridge. You understand what I'm saying? So again, so whenever promise say, well, all right, he budgeted in this and that, that is only for the politics and the political trickery. You understand me? I say, so when you pull out the promises to people, that is only, you understand, the political strategy, you understand, meeting out to his red meat. But people must understand the reality, where the money is going to come from. That's why Andrew Holness was now explaining to the children that he was explaining to, right? That as it relates to how government generate their revenues, right? The masses of government revenues come from taxes, particularly Andrew Holness administration. So when Andrew Holness is saying that, right, no new taxes, he is lying to the people over and over and over. What Andrew Holness just need to tell the people that, okay, no new taxes and direct tax, but I have to utilize indirect tax. You understand? Add MOP and GCT, SCT, special consumption tax. So if you import certain things, you're in Jamaica, you import certain things, you're going to pay some heavy duty fee. You understand? Because the government needs those revenues, right? So
because of something, Byron.
Yeah.
I hear you always credit Nigel Clark as a good man for service the debt. He never would not at all.
No, hold on. Let me correct.
Let me answer him, Byron. When I tell you, say, IMF, like the guy that deal with austerity measures. So, Nigel Clark, finger albatross round my neck.
We know.
So, you as a finance minister, what you do, them love you because you're stepping on the people, them neck. You suffer with. And tripping down the debt, like what the Holness just explained. While we go through the one of that.
You never attribute the word
no
good
money to the hospital, no money
to
bring down the debt.
Yeah, but
you're going to pay the liquor.
Where Nigel Clark is concerned, me not have the word good.
No.
Nigel Clark is a piece of shit.
Right.
How bad him do to we, you know.
How bad him do? You can't say nothing good about him.
Hold on, lie. We ain't start to fully understand what me are saying.
Me understand what you say too.
Yeah, man. So we are telling, so we understand.
Yeah,
so all right. So I want to know.
Good in a no way, shape, or form.
No, man, it's not good light. Hear this now.
No, man.
Remember, you know, I'm a house slave, you know.
Yeah.
So this is what the master is like. We have a house slave, a bit. All right. So a bit Jamaica, then that lie did that.
Yes.
No,
but that thing though.
That's the word we want to hear. Betray with the
No, man. So that lie did say, you know, that mystic saying, and betray Jamaica.
Yeah.
Betray we and attack sweet. I'm not sure. We have Charles Paul, him tell you everything. So, like, remember, you know, the austerity measure, you know, all right. Let me say something. Well, let me say something.
Them boy, they can't get no name good. I go over them side. Them boy, they bad for Jamaica and everywhere.
No, man. Let me show you something now. You see, America, them have them put the most money. Remember at the G20 where them lend the money, now IMF itself not have the money, you know. A country's money like America.
Yeah. Them pull the money together.
I ain't have money like but America put the most. So when you buy the money, them have the IMF and them get and them know to the country them, but you have to pay them back. And especially the third world country, you have a thing where them want to dig out. That's why they make a devalue your money. Can remember when you devalue your money, you know. All right. Use for instance, and have a crush number. So Monday time, just say we reach 1 to 1, and you have 10 grand. And me have 10 grand. Say you have 10,000 Jamaican, me have $10,000. Like in the Bahamas now, 1 for 1, 10 grand or 10 grand, you know.
Yes.
10 grand or 10 grand. 10,000 US or 10,000 Bahamian dollars are the same thing. Value the same. Right? Good. All right. So in Jamaica, it did stay the same way.
One time
we're bigger than them and one time we're equal them like that.
Right.
1 for 1. But what happened now? The money deep value because, you know, we not produce and we not do nothing, we are borrowed to survive and everything. So money deep value. and the government them now run the country. Them now, you see, our money reach 160 to 1. All right. And them have to try to show up the money and I do things and I tell the people them like, you're 10 grand now where you have Jamaican, where that value if me have 10,000 US. What my 10,000 value now? 1.6 million.
Right.
Yeah.
Where you're 10,000 value, how much US it value?
Must about 160.
Nah. 10,000. 10,000 like 60, like $600.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah? No, not even too much. Even $600, yeah, because no, not about $600. Your 10,000 like $60 now, right? Because $100 value, wow, 1,005, yes. 600, yes. Your 10, yes. Somewhere around this, all right?
Yes.
10,000 value again, you know.
No value.
Yeah.
You know,
so what we are looking at? What we are looking at?
$10,000. Cause $100 now. 100
US about 16,000 Jamaican dollar. Some about this. So.
100 around 16,000 now, right?
Yeah.
So I like $60.
Good. But what we are looking at, you know,
so you got 10,000 and you value $60. That means you have to work hard for to fit it back.
You see my concern.
Yeah.
When you have a good,
so here
when you have a good finance minister around your country, Lonesome and Byron. When you have a good finance minister running your country, it's not every time the country falls short, you're supposed to run go to your people and where you credit from, you know. You're supposed to put in certain groundwork within your country to plug that gap.
But it is.
So that's why I said cannot be good in no way, shape, or form.
All right, hold on a way. So in all of what I was explaining as it relates to Nigel Clark,
yeah.
Right? Being a good debt
servitor.
Debt management, right? Now you have to be able, right, to manage the debt and also manage people's life.
Right.
This is where Nigel Clark went wrong, right? Because yes, he's managing the debt, right, in terms of servicing the debt, not paying off the debt. So people
not pay down the debt and service the debt.
Yeah.
Service it.
Yes. So the reason why he's not paying down the debt, now we can show the evidence. When Nigel Clark took over, right, that was $2 trillion, right? Now, at current, that Nigel Clark departed, the debt now had risen to $2.3 trillion. So what happened in that space, under Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark administration, they had now $600 billion to our debt burden. Simply means with the pressure of that, you understand, more austerity measures added. You understand, more inflation increase higher, right? And the people are going to pay for it. You understand, at the supermarket, at the gas station, and so forth and so forth.
Right,
so the pressure is on for the people. Now, what make it even rather worse, right? As what we are saying, that the country is not producing, right? Now, what is the proof that the country is not producing? It's obvious in the statistics, right? As it relates to what Statin is saying, that we are exporting $1.9 billion annually. However, we are importing $7.5 billion.
Yeah.
So when we talk about the trade deficit, you have a trade deficit of about $5.8 billion right now. You understand the rough estimate? You understand? So if you strive to crunch that now, in terms of the pressure what the Jamaican people have faced, Jamaican people feel some real serious pressure on the government. You understand? And what makes it crippling for the Jamaican people is the level of corruption. You understand that?
Right.
Hey, let me tell you something. Honestly, every day that Andrew Holness remain in the politics, you understand, it's a crippling dilemma for the Jamaican people.
Yeah.
Crippling.
Yes, true, Byron. Because, Byron,
yes,
take this into consideration. The amount of money the diaspora sending to Jamaica.
Yeah.
Just factor that in. You understand?
Yeah.
Comparing to the amount of grants that overseas country shipping to Jamaica.
Yeah.
And when you're tying the backside.
But no, not touch backside because our money are what we send to our people, but them get the US to use. But remember this. Let me show you Andrew now go and good they say the money. Just imagine say we keep the money not send. Where happened to Jamaica? Where them are boss?
Exactly.
Where that happened to Jamaica? Because
we the diaspora give them money where them not supposed
to balance the place.
We just give them that amount of vast amount of US currency.
Yes.
You understand?
Currency, yes.
Yeah. But who it a benefit?
Yeah.
It a benefit some boy like that.
But wait, what on there? All right. That's why you find it say when it comes to a Mark Golding administration, you understand? One have to defend the Mark Golding administration because as it relates to Mark Golding mandate, right? Mark Golding mandate is to now focus on the country's production. So what Mark Golding is saying, right? Although you accept tourism in the space, right? A service industry in this space. Mark Golding realized that agriculture, right, is fundamental, right?
Yes.
So focus on agriculture, right? And I mean, we can definitely, you see, Michael Manley is a visionary, you know.
Visionary.
Yeah. Michael Manley was getting the fight. You understand? From United States and other big international interests, right?
Yes.
That's why Michael Manley was preaching the gospel that you have to plant and eat what you grow.
Self-reliance.
Yes. Okay. So, I'm glad you worded it for me. You understand? Michael Manley at the time was teaching self-reliance when Michael Manley came under pressure from the IMF. You understand?
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? Self-reliance. No, so you have to understand that where democratic socialism is in this space, right? You have to understand that there is external interests that would want to kill democratic socialism, right? Now, because democratic socialism is going to focus on uplifting our lifestyle, right? A positive vibration throughout economic growth, right? Building awareness and the importance of agriculture.
Exactly.
Right? And building the awareness in terms of the innovative skills that we can utilize, right? And deal with education. Because let me say this clear. Any country, any administration, right, where the focus is not on education, then it is a wrong concept. Now you understand that the Jamaica Labour Party administration and the history of the Jamaica Labour Party administration, they attack the education by robbing it. So under no circumstances, you understand, crony capitalism, right, want to see the upliftment, right, of black people, right? And I mean, generally speaking, throughout the globe, you know, right?
Yeah. Not just Jamaica alone.
Yeah.
Right through the globe.
From Africa to the Caribbean, come right down, generally speaking. You understand what I say? Because Europe philosophy believe that if they continue, right, to suppress, you understand, developing countries, and particularly the motherland, right, then it is their survival. So then, remember, if we're talking about all the rich earth elements, where most of it comes from,
Africa.
right? Africa and in the Caribbean,
Yeah.
right? Like bauxite and so forth,
Yeah.
right? So you have to understand that, okay, it is the politics of the day, right? And because each politics, what people don't understand, each politics, right, deals with a particular economic model. Now, if you talk about, say, China, right? China, who is a, what one would call a dictator, right?
Yeah, man.
That so that China as what you call a control economy.
Yeah, communist
right?
country economy.
Yes, because a communist country. So they execute a control economy. Now, what democratic socialism, right, really push in this space is what you call mixed economy. So mixed economy would be like the government and the private sector, you understand, come together in terms of making decisions in terms of the development of the people.
Yeah, right? You don't leave it to the private sector, you don't leave it to the government.
So that is the market space that will be created. Now, however, right, under capitalism basis now under a capitalism philosophy, they believe in what you call a free market.
Yeah.
Right? Because they believe that competition should drive the market, right? But while that, you understand, can be, you understand, a good measure, the thing that bad about capitalism is what you call crony capitalism.
Right.
Where now crony capitalism is what practice what you call trickle-down economics.
Yeah.
They believe that the elites and the ones in the bubble, you understand, should be first benefited and the benefit trickle down to the general people.
To the general
you understand? People. That never worked nowhere. And that is the Jamaican Labour Party administration.
That's a freedom philosophy. That's their philosophy.
Yes.
That's how they want to run Jamaica.
Exactly.
So this is 5% of people with the wealth suppress the poor at all time.
Exactly.
And keep them in poverty because you want them to come do your little idiot work for your cheap salary. That is what is holding back Jamaica. Because the infrastructure that we have in Jamaica, we should have rise long time,
Yeah.
Because remember, we can send so much different produce abroad, my brother.
Exactly.
But we don't see any one of our people within that capacity going out and trying to create market for Jamaican produce.
Yeah, but Jamaica not all right. So in the world where we live right now, we should have, when you have government like this and them thing, you have Europe and you have US and the one of them places, you go and try and negotiate and get some factories, man. Yeah, I mean, I thought no phone thing with your answer.
No.
Go make back some tire, man, and make some plane.
Yeah, some aluminum structure thing, man. But right now, Jamaica should have
people them plant back
Jamaica with backside, we should have one aluminum plant.
They should have one thing because when we have raw material, they should have produced.
You should have your own aluminum plant.
Yeah. But what you know here?
We should have distribute file paper and all them things that to them airline place. I should have manufactured some farmer car like the door, them, the body.
So we have to talk to them and do things. And
but what you know here? That's why people must understand why you find it say a lot of people, a lot of countries, right, are now taking loans from China as opposed to the IMF and the World Bank. The reason for that, because when they take loans from the BRI, right, they don't give you an austerity measures. They don't give you any form of guidelines as it relates to how you spend your money. You understand? Yeah. When it comes to China,
carry them for them worker, and them carry if them have 5% of worker, them take back 90% of the money back to their country, and you owe them. Them send workman to come do the work. So at that beat we are getting, them to stay them country.
You don't blame China for that, you blame the government, the Jamaica government for that, because you are now.
Yes.
Well, Cayman and Trinidad and Tobago who borrow money. Cayman, Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados who borrow money from China. You understand? them not care them China not care them people over there. You understand? Going to take up most of the work. That no go on that Cayman, Trinidad and Barbados. So it is on the China for blame for that. It's our government.
We have to look at
the government, particularly Andrew Holness government.
It all depends on where them country they borrow the money for, you know. Jamaica borrow the money for development in terms of road and some other infrastructure. But
and they must send them people. But for them, you know,
borrow the money for some other things that doesn't coincide with China bringing in workers into them place. But with Jamaica and this Bolipa road project that we had going on, that involves China and their money, then that's where them skilled workers come in. So we don't know what deal the government and China did struck at the time, going back to the inception of the China-Harbor deal.
We never have so much Chinese.
But we never have so much of them either.
No, so we never think, all right. So China, remember China built up one bag of place and thing and only Saturday and give them another road alone. So them fast food, them take over everything. Where you go with these people?
You cannot have these people taking over the fast food chain. You bring them back, come take back the place them, the wholesale them. Remember them they leave Jamaica one time, you know. And the wholesale them they down to and the people not giving them to the locals. I know local people where would have farm a consortium together and acquire these wholesale. Them keep them downtown as derelict building because you see where downtown there, it's then at the capitalist them backyard. So what them do, them keep all of them building there because them know them don't bring back the Chinese them.
No, but not just alright, I not bring back. We have our one Chinese. Them whenever them bring us. We not talk the one them will live monks.
We not talk about Jamaican Chinese.
Yeah, but me I talk about them Chinese that will come now. And I like them one that will come here now. Them they in every parish, brother. And about no downtown, Jamaica, them take over Jamaica. And them not supportive, them not support your one bit. You know, see them at your dance.
Local economy.
Who buy from them and then carrying fake goods. Them don't even chat with language, them just come. And I like Mr. Chingo me know, and them at because of Jamaican that were born.
Yeah.
Them one you know born, them come here. Some of my brethren, them are immigration, I tell you, say them when them send them to a stamp book. Them all are very called in the backside thing, you know. Them everywhere and the all when them book run out, them have them the same way. The government have them, Andrew have them the same way. Mashing up the place. By the way, in China, you have enough road.
Right now, them have the exodus out of Jamaica. Soon and very soon. Them have to leave a place.
Yeah, man. Hey, brothers, we like, this is sometimes, hey, people, when we start, you know, so we kick teeth and kick out teeth, you know.
Yeah,
but we time run out and know it already, you know. We just take my eyes up on it and say a 4 hours marathon just running, you know, so a 4 hours marathon we just running, you know. So, you know, we're going to kick off and a 3, we're going over an hour. So, you know it already.
We just feel like we just hit the right momentum.
You just ready for start. You never sleep, you know. You never sleep, you know. Still have
no, I'm on in you know for me, you know.
Yeah, that's all. Alright.
I'm at 5:15 in the morning, you know.
Yeah. Now for move on to the next couple of hours, so.
People, I just look on the clock and see it in the light. I'm mystic, you know.
The program nice, man. The program nice, brother. I just saw it going, you know, when time things nice, you know all the time I fly, you know. But you know.
Fly, man. Can we just we see where I get down. Like whenever I move and you know. Yeah, man.
I can't tell you, boy. That's for the Titan things, you know. The Titan things, that thing we just develop momentum go along.
All right. Blessings.
Blessings.
Yeah, people. We are.
All right.
Jamaicans, no two about it. 1 a.m.
Start packing.